Munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni Baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja, petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.
Sisi vile si wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Uko tayari? Uko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
You are watching Sound Country Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place so fast, and therefore everybody must work hard to stay on the cutting edge as far as making sense of our politics is concerned and taking the right position in salvaging our country and keeping it on the right track. Well, revelations upon revelations. One of the hitting one is that Kenya's economic crisis should be squarely and completely be blamed on Treasury, exposed by the controller of budget as she made her submission before the bombers talks. Well, this is one of the things that really disturb this country when people are charged with the responsibility to chaperone and protect the country. They end up fleecing the same country at the expense of each and every Kenyan. Well, as we look closely on what the controller of budget has revealed over what the Treasury is doing in running down the economy and making life unbearable for Kenyans, is a sad state of affairs. I call upon you to be on the forefront as you participate into our show tonight. glad to report our channel is back, and therefore we are live on Sound Candid Talk. We are live on Sound Candid Talk Live. And then, of course, we want you to follow through each and every one of these channels. And we need you to participate in all our polls. We're running the same poll on both channels. And therefore, we want your complete, absolute participation. Those of you that missed us, the reason you missed us is because you had not subscribed to our smaller channel. And when we had a problem with this one, you couldn't trace us. And so we want to encourage you to be a subscriber on both channels because the other channel serves as a backup. When we have a crisis with a major channel, we can always work with the smaller one. And therefore, I'll be giving you the link to use to get to that particular channel and subscribe. And when you subscribe, turn on the notification bell and turn on all notifications, not some, all notifications. I want to appreciate everyone and your patience, your long suffering, and your continued belief and trust in us in ensuring that we will be here to secure the country by ensuring that the conversation going on here is profitable and is for the posterity of this great nation. So I'm calling upon you to be on the forefront in ensuring that you fully participate into the show tonight. Don't lag behind and don't withdraw yourself. It is time for you to plunge yourself into the mix and ensure that you are not a spectator in any of what is going on, but a fully participator. That is the reason why we're here, and we are calling upon us to be on the forefront. Apologies, there is some construction site just beside us here, and so there is that unwelcome noise that is coming through. I hope you are able to endure it, but I believe we'll be able to pull through with the show regardless of the night running wherever constructions taking place just by my window. So naomba tafadhali tuvumiliane na tuhakikishe kwamba tunadumisha ujirani mwema, lakini katika hiyo hali basi tuhakikishe kwamba ukweli wa mambo unaendelea kusemekana na kila Mkenya anasimama imara kutetea haki ya nchi yake. Ni wasabai wawili watatu ninapoanza kipindi kwa fujo, na kuomba tu kama hujasubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk Live, tafadhali hakikisha umesubscribe, especially kama hukuwa na uwezo wa kutupata wakati tulikuwa tumevamiwa kwa hiyo main channel. Tunakuomba tu tafadhali usisalie nyuma na usikose kuwa mstari wa mbele, kuwa kwamba hakuna chochote ambacho kinaendelea Sound Candid Talk ambacho utakachokikosa. Kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba wewe ndiye campaigner mkubwa wa watu kusubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk Live as our backup channel. So thank you so much. As we start out the conversation, I salute Simba Omar Said, karibu sana kwa show. Charles Green, karibu kwa show. Angela Wamboi, karibu kwa show. Tuni Mhamud, our own permanent secretary, karibu sana kwa show. Haruni nakuona, karibu sana. Rose Omuga, karibu kwa show. Asante kwa kila mmoja anayejitahidi kuingia. Angela Wamboi ndio huyo. Nani mwingine? Okay. So tunapoanza kuangazia masuala haya, karibisha mtu, kumbusha mtu kwamba tuko hapa na wewe, kuwa hakikisha wewe aidha unatufuata kwa Sound Candid Talk Live ama Sound Candid Talk. Tafadhali subscribe to both channels and turn on the notification bell. Usipitwe na lolote na usikose kumakinika katika kuelewa nini kinachojiri na kipi ambacho lazima ukajifunze ili uwe mstari wa mbele kuelewa mambo haya. Naomba moja kwa moja tu tumlete huyu controller of budget akaseme yake kwa masuala haya. Let's start with this story. Thank you very much. Invite somebody, remind somebody. Let's all be on the forefront. Thank you very much.
Margaret Nyakango said that the country's exchequer has been on a reckless borrowing spree, and an issue, she says, is to blame for the high cost of living.
Well, Nyakango, who appeared before the National Dialogue Committee, stunned the committee after revealing that the National Treasury could not account why they have budgeted her annual pay of 25 million shillings 3 times, as well as for other state officers. And as Apollo Kamau reports, experts who appeared before the committee have faulted the government for increasing taxes as well as runaway expenditure.
The grim picture of the country's economy and why Kenyans are bearing the high cost of living was exposed before the National Dialogue Committee after the Control of Budget, Margaret Nyakango, faulted the National Treasury for going on a reckless borrowing spree, acquiring loans that cannot be accounted for.
We know that we are in a cash crunch, but this cash crunch ni ile ya kujitakia, because like I told you before, we have been borrowing and partying with borrowed money. That is why we are where we are. I would ask the committee to talk to the National Treasury on a very serious note. The exaggerations are in the National Treasury.
Though the exact amount, which dates back to retired President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, that cannot be accounted for is currently being audited, the Auditor General further put Treasury on the spot for poor economic forecasts, taking overdrafts amid high interest from banks, while stunning the committee on how the National Treasury is duplicating annual pay for state officers, including her own annual pay of 25 million shillings, which was budgeted for 3 times.
So I asked them, why is the budget showing 3 times what my annual salary is? And it was like that for all the state officers.
What was the answer, madam?
Chairman, I have not received the answer to date. Integrity.
Just like the national government, counties have also been accused of hiding behind supplementary budgets to cover up and sanitize financial mischief, an issue that has also contributed to pending bills.
We don't know what else is dodgy in there. And then when it comes to the supplementary, these amounts are then reallocated to other areas. So, honorable members, I'm asking you to talk to the Treasury in a very matter-of-fact manner to look at the way they are handling the budgeting. I think the problem is there.
Experts who appeared before the committee, among them the Parliamentary Budget Office, the Institute of Economic Affairs, and Society for International Development, faulted the recently passed Finance Act, which introduced new taxes like the housing levy, hiking value-added tax on fuel prices, and lack of subsidies on essential commodities, as weak points on why Kenyans are suffering.
That the question at hand in cost of living was mostly because of the very grave effects that COVID, poorer choices, and tax raises had on inflation. Or had on household incomes. So real people actually faced significant difficulties.
With pressure mounting on the Kenya Kwanza administration to ease the burden of the cost of living on Kenyans, the committee's engagement with experts has brought to the fore how fiscal missteps in the last 10 years has brought the country to the current situation. Apul Kamau, TV47, from the Bomas of Kenya.
Greetings once again. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of the great conversation on Sound Candid Talk. There goes the word from the horse's mouth. The controller of budget says our problem as a country lies squarely in the treasury, and it's not an accident, it's a deliberate choice by those who choose not to do what benefits the country, but what pleases the country. And she is appealing to the dialogue committee to face these issues and ensure that they get a lasting solution to the same. And so, as we look at this closely, I would want us to weigh on what are we really dealing with. Alex Media anasema mambo mengine hapa hatari sana. Anasema the word cartel is a lie. The government is the cartel, period. Haya, basi. Haya, hii cartel mnasema cartel. Kumbe Alex Media anasema hiyo cartel mnasema ni cartel, sio cartel, ni serikali yenyewe ambaye ndio cartel. And that is what in a nutshell what the control of budget is saying, that the people running down this country, the people making the economy collapse, the people making life unbearable for Kenyans are the ones charged with the responsibility to manage the economy and ensure that the economy is productive. And she points out something very seriously, say there is borrowing, but whatever that is, the money is borrowed for is never put to utilization. So he said there is constant borrowing, but whatever the money does cannot be traced. He say any project that you can pinpoint that this amount went to this, you can't find. And this reveals the rot that is in our country, and probably the reason why nothing much is happening in the country, no matter how much expectations we place on turning around of events in our country. So as we start the conversation, honestly, please be on the forefront to get into the studio. I hope I've shared the link to get into the studio. If I have not, here it goes. Get into the studio and share your opinion about what's happening. Secondly, invite somebody, remind somebody. Karen anasema umetutesa. I'm sorry about the whole thing. The channel had issues abruptly. We had no way to, get to everybody, but we tried. There are things that basically you need to do as a follower of Sound Candid Talk. Number one, if you're not yet a member of our WhatsApp group, please ensure that you join our WhatsApp group. That's where our communication takes place. Secondly, we want you to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk, the main channel, as well as Sound Candid Talk Live, the backup channel. If you are on both channels, you don't miss out on anything, because when there is something wrong with one channel, we'll always be streaming on the other channel. So especially those of you who follow us on YouTube, please make sure that you are a subscriber to both channels. Don't take it sit pretty and say you are a member or you have joined one channel. You may miss out, like Karen is complaining here. It is all because there was very little we could do. We didn't even expect what happened, but we're glad that you are back. So please, tunakupatia link ya kusubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk Live. Make sure you are a subscriber. Turn on the notification. Usikose kufanya hivyo, ni muhimu kwa sababu kuna mambo ambayo unajua YouTube sio yetu, okay? YouTube imetubeba tu, so sisi ni wageni. So wakati wowote tunaweza ambiwa kaa kando. So wakati tunakaa kando inakuwa shida kwa sababu hatuwezi kukufikia. We can't, in that it becomes very, very difficult to communicate to you through YouTube. So 2 things, please. Subscribe to the alternative backup channel. To join our WhatsApp group, you can inbox me through my number, which I'll be sharing in a short while, so that we add you to our WhatsApp group, where when there are changes, we always pass the information across. Asante sana. Okay, there are revelations here. Alex Media, naomba tafadhali kujeni tuwaongee masuala haya waziwazi. Anasema ex-treasury official Tom Osinde was hacked to death because he was sick and tired of how budget corruption, oh God, he was ready to expose the rot and they eliminated him. Now that's how bad our country is. that somebody will take somebody's life because he's about to be exposed for the rot that is fleecing the country. I appreciate everybody. Please, let's keep doing what we must do to safeguard this country. So I want us to still go back to Bomas and probably get a more elaborate explanation of what the control of budget was talking about. But more than that, I want you to help me invite people. I want that number to go beyond 200. So make sure you're inviting somebody, although we are on both channels. So whichever channel you're following us from, make sure you're on the forefront in inviting the person to be part and parcel of the great conversation. I trust all is well. And remember, there is a poll that we are running on both channels where you are required, number one, to like the video, number two, you vote. Okay, so before you vote, make sure you do what? You like the video. Cast their vote. 69% say yes, is under siege, and only 31% say no, it is not under siege. We need your response on the same, and then please make sure it is parallel with what is happening. That means you are voting and liking the video at the same time. Let's go back to Bomas and pick more details from the control of budget, even as I wait for you to get into the studio and shed more light on what is bedeviling this country and how we can get ourselves from the mess. Let's listen out to this again.
The groups that I am in, I saw the ladies saying, why would I pay $200 to enter the park when I can see the same animals from the Tanzanian side by paying very little? So this is just an example. But some of those things we are doing have a ripple effect. So they affect us in more than one way, and I know my colleagues here will be weighing on that. Now, in terms of integrity, how can we raise integrity? We must do a root cause analysis. We must say, where did it start raining on us? But let me again just give two examples that are making us move into those areas of loss of integrity. One is insecurity. What do I mean by insecurity? If employees, for instance, are not sure whether they'll be employed tomorrow, what do? They, of course, try to gather as much as possible so that they can run away. Two, if employees are insecure in terms of, again, like how long they'll be doing what they're doing, these issues will create uncertainty, and that uncertainty creates loss of integrity. The fear and uncertainty is one of those areas. The other area is borrowing without a plan. This one, I'm using it in a very colloquial sense, in the sense that I have been approving payments of public debt, and I've looked at what we are paying for. Many of those things cannot be identified. You just find a name of why we borrowed. You cannot trace it to anything. You cannot tell what the money was spent for, and therefore there was no economic gain from that borrowing. It is just like taking Fuliza and then you go to the bar and drink it all. You go back home, you'll find your family hungry, and you'll find all those other things. So I don't really need to gainsay this. That is what we have been doing for a long time. I have discussed with the Auditor General and we have said, can we track these loans and see what we did with them? Yes, I think it will help us going forward. But just so you know, honorable members, I did a report to the Committee on Public Debt, and they told me, please check on the loans which we have taken recently in 2022. Tell us if we can link them with a project. They were shocked. We could not. We found some ambiguous definitions of the loans, and the Treasury could not tell us what really we were going to do with those loans. So unless we wake up and link our borrowing to actual economic activity, we will not come out of this hole. That I can say without fear of contradiction. Now, Honorable Opio Wandai asked about Article 223 and what kind of amendments we are looking at. And what I can say here is that Article 223 has no problem on its own. In fact, the way it's crafted is very okay, and it can serve this country. We are talking of abuse. We are talking of preparing budgets which are approved on 30th June, and on 5th of July, I find applications for Article 223. That clearly is an abuse of the system, because we are saying that every once in a while, we will find this item which is not budgeted for, or for which the budget is insufficient, and then we'll need to fall back on Article 223. But you will find people are making applications to employ, people are making applications to repair vehicles, to refurbish buildings. Really, those are some of the items that should not belong to Article 223.
Maybe you would tell us, since you are the controller of budget.
Yes.
Haya mambo ni kama hayo. Huyo ndio controller wa budget anakwambia kuna wale ambao mnatoka old school. Kuna ile wimbo ambayo naambiwa ilikuwa banned by the Moi administration. Sijui imeimbwa na nani, lakini ilikuwa inaimbwa kila kitu kimepanda, Papo Dongolo and all that. I think Alex knows the song. When he comes, he will sing for us the song. But budget iko high. Then kuna wimbo ingine ilitokea ikasema, I think it's the same person, alikuwa naimba kuhusu loan bila plan ni adui ya maendeleo. Okay? Loan bila plan ni adui ya maendeleo. So hapa ni na boro tena ya kutengeneza ofisi, tuna boro ya kutoa viti mzee tukiweka viti mpya, tuna boro. So we are borrowing and not utilizing the money borrowed for the profiting of the country or for the revamping of the economy. It is all on consumption. Na kila ambacho kinaniumiza sana ni kwamba hawa watu wanaboro wakikula, ndio wale wanasema hatuweki subsidy kwa consumption, we put subsidy on production. So how are they putting subsidy on production or investing in production when they are borrowing to eat, borrowing to dress, borrowing to, refurbish their offices, and of course recarpet the State House afresh and things like that. So all this is all an act of one, recklessness, and of course irresponsible behavior, in the sense that mtu anaona hii loan hata kichukua si yeye atalipa, kwa hivyo hakuna haja ya kufanya nini, kuisimamia ipasavyo. And this has been going on for too long, So Kenyans, we need to make a choice. We need to make a choice. Do we continue like this until there is nothing else left for this country, or we'll stand up and say no to what is going on? So loan bila mpango ni adui ya maendeleo. Okay? Loan bila mpango ni adui ya maendeleo. What has William Ruto done since he got into office beside borrowing? Because he has not stopped borrowing. He has not stopped traveling. And in his travel, he gets 2 billion here. He got 11 billion there. He got this other money. Where is that money going? How is it being spent? The person in charge of spending the money for the country is saying she's being given papers to approve payments of loans that she cannot trace where the loan was spent, which project was the loan used for, and so on and so forth. So Kenyans of goodwill, mnaambia nyinyi, swali narudisha kwenu. Hii ni nchi ama ni hata sio shamba la wanyama? Hii ni nchi ama ni mchezo? Nini kinachoendelea? Eti watu wazima waenda kuchukua loni, okay? Na hiyo loni inaishia kwa mifuko ya watu na nchi inaendelea kuilipa. Basi naomba tafadhali, kama una nani huyo ajaingia studio, hebu nikupatie link ya kuingia studio, na kuomba tu hakikisha umeingia studio. Alafu kuna wale wakereketo wanateta sana kwamba hawakuweza kutupata, na tumekuwa live wiki mzima, hakuna siku tumekosa kuwa live. Ni kwa sababu wewe hukusubscribe kwa channel zote, okay? Kama huja subscribe kwa channel zote, basi utakuwa unaachwa nyuma wakati mambo yanabadilika. There are so many things that take place that can make us go off air on one channel or the other. So we want you to be a subscriber to both channels. Wale watu walikuwa wamesubscribe to the smaller channel, they got us that very day we had problem with the big channel. So please, we want you to subscribe, turn on all notification on the Sound Candid Talk Live. Sound Candid Talk Live. And we are parallel right now. This live stream is on both channels. So whichever channel you are following from, make sure you are a subscriber. And if you're following from Sound Candid Talk, the one with the is it the dark blue, the one with the background, the whatever, that neighbor you see there, if that is where you're watching from, then you need to get to the one with the light, the white logo, okay? The logo that is at the corner. You follow that link, go to the video, like the video, vote from there, and then subscribe. Subscribe from both channels. That one is our backup channel. Hii ikileta kizaza, tutakuwa huko. So kwa sasa hivi tunataka kila mmoja, kama umesubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, kisha pia umesubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk Live. Please, that is very important. Kwa sababu mambo ni mingi tu, na adui tuko nao wengi tu ambao wanaweza kuleta kizaza kwa mambo haya ambayo tunasema. So we are on both channels, and we want you to be a subscriber to both channels kama utaki kupitwa na lolote. Lakini kama unataka kuwa in the dark, like you've been in the dark for a whole week, bas mimi nimesema ya kwangu. And the poll is what? The question in the poll is a bit conflicting. On one hand, it is insinuates that we have surrendered our fate to the cartels owing to our helplessness, and therefore support Kenya Kwanza government. Is this the claim? Haran Muya. No. We okay. The question, what we first of all diagnose the problem, then we find a solution. So you either tell us, do you believe Kenya is helplessly under siege by corruption cartels. Now, corruption cartels, Alex amesema ndio serikali yenyewe, lakini kile tunasema ni kwamba sasa hivi vile hali ilivyo, okay? The way the economy is doing badly and nobody's doing something about it. The way the control of budget is telling you that analetewa makaratasi approve payments for loans that she can't tell where that loan was spent. Now, when you see that, that is legalizing an illegality, okay? Or rather ratifying something that is wrong. Now, that shows the rot that is in. Now, do you believe that the rot is to that extent? Now, if it's on that extent, then we now begin to deploy measures on how to reverse that. So it's just, right now, we are only diagnosing the situation. If the controller of budget anakuambia, yeye anaambiwa makaratasi ndio haya, hii pesa tuliboro kutoka China na tunalipa approved payment. Ambia mliboro kutoka China ikatumika wapi? Hakuna mtu anaeleza. And one of the things that really touched me about that story is that her salary, okay? Her salary is paid to her office 3 times, okay? 3 times. That means we have God have mercy. So there is one control of budget, okay? Or rather, one control of budget, and she's paid, is it 25 million a year? Okay, 25 million a year. But the budget of her salary per year is 25 times 3. Okay, 25 by 3. That means the government pays 75 million. Okay, she receives 25 million. Okay, so the other 50 million goes somewhere else. Now, can you imagine that? Okay. So we are talking about ghost workers. There was a lot of issues about the ghost workers with the city county, or rather the city council, when I think who was the mayor and then some time back, who demanded that we must have what we call head count, okay? Head count for us to be sure of how many workers do we have, because the salary being paid is more than the workers and the work that is being done. So probably that would be how I look at it, but nothing to worry about. I would want to get Mrimi Kirinyaga. Mrimi, weka camera on. Kuna nini umejificha? Okay, thank you, Mrimi, for coming through. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very fine.
Okay, karibu kwa show. Unasemaje mambo haya?
Nimeingia saa hii, wacha nisikize kidogo kwanza.
Sawa sawa, asante sana. Tegea hapo hapo, tunarejea kwako. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at Kenya's economic crisis being blamed absolutely and completely on the Treasury, and this is being said by none other than Controller of Budget, exposing the rot that is at Treasury, and she says it is the reason why the economy is not doing well, and she says this economic crisis is not an accident, it is a well-calculated mismanagement program that that is kind of programmed to function the way it's functioning. And it's all because of some corrupt people who would not let the country function as it should. And probably will weigh on other issues even as we continue with the conversation. I appreciate everybody for joining. Please, let's keep reminding each other we are back and we are live on both channels, Sound Candid Talk and Sound Candid Talk Live. Whichever one you enjoy following, please follow. But if you have not subscribed to Sound Candid Talk Live, we encourage you to do so. Please, we encourage you to do so. and make sure you turn on all notifications. It is important. Don't joke around with what you are saying. If you suffered because you are not able to find us, then you need to be on the forefront in ensuring that you are the first one to be a subscriber on both channels. If possible, become a member on both channels and see to it that we are progressing without issue. Well, let me bring in this clip before I can bring in Domi to weigh on this as we dive deep into the conversation about what is going on with our country. Well, let's laugh briefly.
Number one, they invented Shakahola. Underline the word. They are corrupt. Underline the word corrupt. Number three, fake promises. Underline the word fake promises. Fake promises. Lastly but not least, they are gold scammers.
Peace. I want problems always. Hey.
Senior people don't even know how to hold a spoon.
Haya, si mimi nimesema hao ni Wakenya wanaoangazia masuala ya nchi yao na wanasema jinsi ilivyo. So huyu anasema sababu ya Gachagua kufungiwa Germany asikue hapa wakati mfalme yupo ni hiyo story ya kushika fork na kisu. Angeleta kizaazaa kwa banquet. So akasema wewe hapa uruhusiwi. Hapa ni wale wanajua kushika fork and jembe. All in all, thank you everybody. Please, let's be on the forefront as we invite each other, remind each other, and fully participate into the show. So kama Mrimi unala kusema sema sahi ama tumulete Domi kwanza.
Okay, let me first comment on the clip. It's a bit interesting. And actually it's a new challenge that we are facing. And I think our generation now is trying to understand what we played around when voting. And maybe it's a wake-up call. Again, I am almost feeling like there's a rift between the top boss and the next person. So maybe something is coming interesting. Yeah. So that is maybe something we are trying to check. Could be maybe somebody is about to be replaced and another one is coming up very well. So yeah, I think this is Kenya and it seems betrayal.
Okay, I betraying the city. Whichever. Thank you so much, Murimi, for that observation. And that is, I would say, speculation. And of course, we are free to speculate and look at the whole thing. But the collabo between Gachagua and Ruto, that one was not supposed to last. So nobody should be surprised if things fall apart right away. Those people are never on the same page, except on the issue of money, but on, of course, corruption. But other issues, politics, and then, of course, international relations, sioni wakiingiana. Well, tuendelee kukaribishana, kumbusha mtu kwamba tuko live na akaribie tukazungumze masuala haya kwa kina. Wale ambao mko mstari wa mbele hapo kwa comment section, naambia tusonge hivyo hivyo tafadhali, na ningependa kukumbusha kila mmoja kwamba tuko live kwa Sound Candid Talk live, na we are encouraging you to subscribe on both channels. Usikose kusubscribe kwa ile channel uja subscribe, kwa sababu kama umetukosa the whole week, you are to blame to some degree. And then of course, if you are new here, especially ukikuja kwa panel and you need us to add you to our WhatsApp group, you leave your number, your WhatsApp number hapo kwa private chat, you drop your number, then we'll be able to add you to our WhatsApp group where we pass all the information, especially official communication, in case there is some changes. So make sure you contact me. I'll be sharing my number. If you cannot get into the studio and give me your number, you will take my number, then text me on WhatsApp. I'll be able to add you to our WhatsApp group where we make all official communications in case there is an issue. Thank you very much. Domi, vipi?
Niko poa sana.
Wewe inaonekana ulikuwa kwa banquet. Tuambie tu kweli. Hii banquet yuko hitaji wachungaji waombee kwanza, zikuwaona maaskofu huko. Kulikwendaje?
Najua askofu walimaliza kazi yao. Maaskofu walimaliza kazi yao, walifikisha mzigo kwao. Sasa ushaiona siku hizi wakienda hizo mamchango? Hakuna hawendagi. Ilisha. Sasa askofu walifanya kazi yao wakamaliza, na sasa hawahitajiki. Unajua about hii mambo ya nani ya Gachagua na Ruto, as you say, they were not hawa watu wawili hawakuwaendelee. It was just a journey, watu wafikishane kule pale, alafu mmoja aendelee na safari, mwingine abaki. Because honestly, I've been having some debate with some people. I keep saying this: if at all there is a day you can call 3 feet, a 3 feet man that he is tall, then you are a dwarf. I really wonder how hainiingi kwa kichwa the way some people in Mulimani can call Gachagua kingpin. It only means that if to you Gachagua makes sense, then you know that you are in a disaster. Uko mbaya. I just wonder, hata wale walipigia tu Gachagua kura. Gachagua the first time to be an MP. It's very sad. Now you see about this mambo ya nani, the controller of budget. Sometimes, anyway, somehow God has a way of revealing some things. Hata mkijaribu kufunika, inafikanga tu pahali unaona hapana, iko tu mtu atatoa hiyo maneno. Now truth is just coming out. Honestly, how do you continue borrowing and doing nothing? It means there is somewhere hii pesa inaenda. There is somewhere the money is going. And the faster Kenyans could wake up. I'm trying to imagine also, how do Kenyans sit down and watch their money being stolen? Na macho hivi inaibwa tu na tumeangalia. Haya hapana. To me, there is one thing that I don't think I believe in. kujichukua I'm sorry, I don't believe that we are helpless. I don't believe that we are helpless. How do you become helpless when you have hands and you're not crippled? No, we are not helpless. What I'll say is that the problem with Kenyans is that we are just irresponsible. We are cowards and irresponsible. You know, for a coward will not take action because he fears. Irresponsible will not take action because he does not see the need to.
Domi, you need to have, I think you have a challenge. Your net is failing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think it's back. It's back now. You can
okay.
Pick up.
Yeah. So I was saying, these two people, a coward does not take action because he's afraid. Irresponsible does not take action because he does not see the need. But the reality is, you are in a conical tunnel. Hii tunnel umeingia ndani, inaendelea huko mbele, inaenda kuisha. Unaenda wapi? Do you continue driving into a conical tunnel? You see, the irresponsibility yenye sisi tunachukua sahi will eat into our children. Are we really thinking about the future of our children? If you cannot think about yourself, then you think about your children. Because ultimately, you know, there is a thought, school of thought that let me make money for my children so that my children will not suffer. You make a lot of money as you think, but when your children come, they'll find that money being very, very little. Imagine Reverend, those days when we were young, like in early 80s. If you talk of a million, somebody having a million was like everybody, nywele ya watu inasimama hivi. Ukiambiwa huyu mtu akona milioni moja, nywele ya kila mtu inasimama. You know, you are feared, you are respected by everybody. But right now, what is a million? Any average person, any average person, for example, ukipata mtu kama mtu mwenye, okay, somebody who is employed and is earning something like 30,000, getting a million is no big deal. It's just it will take something like 10 years. You'll be in a million, in a million plus. So a million is nothing. So you are somebody will be thinking that is making money for their children. That money will not be of any value. It is time you put structures right. If structures are not being right, then know that the future of your children is blink. It's not there. Now imagine, those days, okay, people are going to university using loans, help loan. Right now, they are selecting who are pewe, who are sipewe. Now, ati sasa uende ulete barua to prove that you are poor. Now, and now you are struggling to prove that you are poor. Yet another person has created a way of going away with the money. I was shocked. A CS, these CSs have coming to buy homes here in Dubai. Like what do you mean? Umeingia juu ushanunua nyumba. How? Ulipata wapi pesa? They have become billionaires all of a sudden. It is simple. The control of budget is like this is something that is okay. We can see it's practical. If at all they can multiply the salary of the controller of budget herself Wacha hata hawakwenda kwa kitu ingine. And you know the devil is very very shameless. There's some mwenyewe ndio wanatumia yeye mwenyewe kufanya hiyo fraud. And they forget that the controller of budget is only one person. We don't have the controllers of budget. And you're multiplying his salary by 3. You budget for her salary 3 times. And yeye mwenyewe. And now it's too open. Unaona ndio sababu anasema it's not a mistake. It cannot be a mistake. There's something that Kenyans have become professions into. They have become professions into life. I mean, into like when something wrong happens, somebody wants to create an excuse, like okay, ilifanyika, labda ilikuwa tu mistake. Really, you are talking of billions is a mistake. And now you see this these two guys, these two guys, Chris Okemo, and the other guy Gishuru or whatever. The Kenya Power is it the Kenya Power scandal? Their counterparts in UK, they were jailed. Their case was did not go even beyond 2 years. I mean, beyond 3 months. By 3 months, walikuwa wamefungwa. These guys are here, working free. Really? How do you do that? And now to be honest, hii kitu yenye sisi tunasemaga ati we try to blame the West so much. I think kabla to blame the West, wacha na sisi pia kutujilaumu kwanza. The problem is gonna sisi. If we can correct, the West will not have will not have a way in. They will not have a way of coming to interfere with our politics. They will not have a way of interfering with our economy. If at all we put ourselves together and we seal our, put a proper seal on the way we work on our economy, they will not have a way. But we open the way. It's sad. It's very sad. In fact, it's a very sad evening. I was talking to some friend of mine who was saying that, you see, even if, there's also another person who come with some convenient way of thinking. Oh, you see, all these leaders are corrupt. Everybody is the same. Really, even the fingerprints of even your fingerprints can never be the same. How can you say everybody is the same? Moi said that there is nobody else that can rule. When Kibaki took over, he outsmarted Moi by far. So how can you say that everybody is same? It is individuals. We cannot compare. We cannot justify a thug just because we think that everybody we want to summarize that everybody is same. No, not everybody is same. We cannot have two people who are same. So I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Domi. That is the excuse that those who want to justify corruption and its benefits will always revert to. It's just like going to school and say everybody cheats in the exam. So there is no need of being in school because everybody cheats in school. That doesn't add up. We want to generalize scales so that we are not caught by the strictness of the standards that are set. Our politics has been corrupted by irresponsibility. That's the majority, the greatest part of our trouble as a country is the corruption of our politics, whereby we do nasty things and we find politics as an excuse. Okay? Somebody killed somebody and say it is politics. Somebody eliminates somebody, say it's politics. When did politics become a leeway for you to break the law and get away with it? So until we are strict enough to resist the temptation of trying to find an excuse for what is blatantly wrong, we can't take off as a country. And what the control of budget is saying, I'm sure by next 2 weeks you will begin to see ripple effects on what's happening, because the cartels, or rather there is the illegal corruption and the illegal corruption, the legal and the illegal corruption. So the legal corruption will go for her statements and probably oust her out of office, because there are people who think it is their right to be corrupt, it's their right to steal from Treasury, it is their right to run away with Kenyan money. And those are our main problem, because if you are aided by the government to steal, so who will catch you? Who will arrest you? Who will investigate you if the government is the one facilitating your stealing? And that's where I'm talking about, is Kenya helplessly under siege? Okay, is Kenya helplessly under siege by corruption cartels? Because if the government is the one escorting you, okay, wale watu wanauza madawa ya kulevya wanakuwa escorted na police ama wanabebwa kwa ambulance wakipeleka hayo madawa. So it's something that is, too big to be hidden. And that's why we are in a place whereby corruption is no longer a secret. And the worst of it is that people are no longer ashamed of corruption. They are proud of it. There was a time I went out for lunch with my bishop, and we were having lunch with this lady, and she says, in this country, you cannot make anything without stealing. I couldn't finish my... So I asked her, how much do you make in your house if your children are stealing from you? Because you seem to be justifying that you have to steal in order to get something. I say, no problem. Let's look at your home domestic economy. You have 3 sons, okay? The first son takes 100,000. The other one takes 300,000. The other one, do you make money by them stealing? So there are people who think the only way to make it is stealing. That's wrong altogether. So let's rise up. Let's do what we must do to secure our country. And that is insist on what is right, refuse to be corrupt, resist what is wrong for the country. For the sake of the country, not for the sake of your community or for the sake of your people. Let it be for the sake of Kenya. We cannot allow this authorized corruption. We have authorized corruption taking place. And that's what the control of budget is talking about. That people are able to steal and justify their stealing by submitting papers to be signed as some money spent for this project when there is no project whatsoever on where the money was spent. Asante sana. Mrimi, you can come in shortly before we bring in Frank. Frank, mute your mic.
Just something small.
Yeah.
You see, what she was saying is, even trying to justify, they are not able to point out that thing. They are trying to justify, but they are not even able to do that justification. That's how bad it is.
God. So, Murimi, you can say something? You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
So maybe one of the challenges one of the challenges we are having is that we're in crossroad and we have to think fast. I was trying to think of if it was the time maybe around 1970s, around 1970, 1980, we had very aggressive leadership from, and especially university students. By the time one was in university, those students were very decided, they were very aggressive. But in the new times, like our time, unless some few students like Babo Wino or others, I can't see people with a position. And a society is changed by people with a stand. Like you have a conviction. But when we are in this kind of society, people don't have really that firm stand. And that is really affecting us. Maybe we need to encourage one another so that we can grow in ile unakuwa firm. When you look at these developed countries, most of them, they have very straightforward, like if you are caught by corruption, maybe if you are caught having done some corruption, some even commit suicide. But when you come to Kenya, my friend, it's like it's part of it's a part, like if you say you are not corrupt, you look like you are foolish, like you don't know how to achieve, and therefore the next generation is discouraged. They don't feel like you can stand for what is right. So maybe that's one of my point. The other one is, I don't know if we have the kind of education that has created maybe people who are just good to obey, but they are not able to reason. Because maybe that's why we are so religious but not spiritual. Like we are not changed by what we believe. It's something like now there is a lot of seminars, big groups, big churches, but we don't really have changed people. I wish we had just like 5-10 people who would like say no, and no means no. That would be very good for our country. Because if we like now, the silence that is there, then our politicians are just okay. They are just feeling we have the right. So, and that's my challenge. I think we need to have that stand. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mrimi, for that observation. Very important, huh? And I think we have found a hideout in religion. A hideout in religion, because as long as you say Bwana's fiwe, assalamu alaikum, you are to be trusted because you have invoked the name of God. But that has become a hideout for corruption. That you go and corrupt bishops, corrupt pastors. It's very funny. It's very funny. There is just before I bring in Frank, there is something I posted on my Facebook account, and it was very controversial. It let us shida kubwa, and until now, I'm still having problem with it. And I just posted a simple statement. I say, don't marry her because she goes to church, carries the Bible, prays, or speaks in tongues. He say, only marry her if she can take care of your mother when you cannot. Hey, nakwambia ile mawe nilipigwa. Niliambiwa I am mama's boy. Oh, if I want to somebody to take care of my mother, I should hire a caregiver and all that. No, there are people who are proud of carrying Bible, speaking in tongues, going to church, okay, but not take care of their mother-in-law. Now, can you imagine that taking care of your mother-in-law is so evil? Now that tells you the kind of church we have, okay? People who are proud of identifying with Christ, but they are in that Second Timothy. They have a form of godliness, but deny the power thereof. They want Christ, but not the life of Christ. They want to be called Christians, but not be Christ-like. And that is in every place, from the clergy to the members to the society. And so if we don't watch that, it's something that is going to, we may just reach a place where Christianity is going to be extinct. And we are closing into that, because if we don't go back to getting people committed to what is right by the right way, the gospel preaching is going to be what it is right now, a survival kit. A survival kit. I have always said that the preaching of the gospel was never meant for the survival of the preacher, but for the salvation of the world. So, but we are preaching today to get something to eat. Na wasitaki kupigwa mawe na maaskofu na mareverend na maaposto. Ni mimi tu naelewa hiyo Biblia yangu vile naelewanga. Kama nimekosea mtanikosoa, lakini ukweli ni kwamba kuhubiri injili hakuna fakta ya kusema ubiri injili ili ukule. Kuna ubiri injili it snatch them like out of fire. Can you imagine nyumba imeshika moto, okay? Na watu wako trapped hapo ndani. Alafu unawaambia tuma 350 ndio nikukujie kuku. Ndio nikuje kukutoa hapo. There is not that sense of urgency in preaching, knowing that people's lives are hanging on what you are saying. It has all been replaced by how much do I make every time I go to preach. I understand somewhere in South Africa you negotiate. Okay, how many sermons are you going to share? How much do you charge per sermon? Hey, God help me. All in all, tusibadilishe hii channel ikuwe ya mahubiri, lakini hapo umenena, hapo ndio makosa iko. Watu ambao wamebadilisha kile ambacho kinapaswa kuokoa watu kuwa kile ambacho kinawapotosha watu. So religion has become deceptive instead of it being a narrow path where people need to follow strict ways of doing what must be done. All in all, thank you very much. Let's keep going as we talk out. Please, hakikisha umesubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk Live. That is the channel we are promoting right now. We need you to subscribe, turn on all notifications. Ndio wakati tumelemewa na hii ingine, utapatikana huko. Wewe ukipuuza, basi mambo yako mimi sitahusika. Then on the other hand, I also want to remind us, we are paying our bills. We are paying our bills. It's end month, and we rely on your goodwill of sending in your support. And so far, we have received some contributions from some of our members. Unfortunately, we were not able to reach out to majority of our members because our main channel has not been active for the past 7 days. But now we are calling upon you to remember it's end month, and you send your donations on these details. M-Pesa till number 516575 is the till number you can use, and you send in whatever amount you are willing to send. And it's not a condition for you to be on this channel or participate in this channel. It's all you supporting what we are doing and ensure that we stay on air. And then those who cannot use the till number, maybe you're in the diaspora and all that, you use the M-Pesa number +2547184545585. And I had said that if you want to join our WhatsApp group, so the number you will contact me with is that +25471845585. You just text me, add me to the WhatsApp group. Then I will add you to our WhatsApp group. Just make sure that you are in that WhatsApp group to know what's happening and participate in Pursuit for a Better Kenya. Kama unataka kuwa kwa WhatsApp group kuanzisha mambo mengine, tutakung'oa tu. That's what we do. We really want people who believe in a better Kenya, the possibility of a better Kenya, and are willing to fight to get the better Kenya running. So please, let's do that. I'll be sharing the details in the comment section for those who can't see because they are using a small screen. Thank you so much. Turudi kwa Domi, angazie masuala haya. Domi, kumekuwa na revival sana hapa Nairobi kulikuwa sijui heaven fire, kulikuwa sijui revival fire, kumekuwa ingine ya Kasarani sijui ilikuwa nini, the man of God. Okay, you can tell I don't I'm not so much caught up into those madness. Especially naambiwa ile ya Kasarani walileta mgeni akafanya nini? Akasema hapa Kenya hatuna spiritual fathers. Na anasema hivyo mbele ya ma spiritual fathers. Alafu wanampigia makofi. Hapo mimi hapo ningekuwa hata kama siko kwa ratiba nitaingia. Because you cannot come and insult us from our own village. Even if we don't have spiritual fathers, have you come to take over? You cannot come to our home state and tell us we don't have a father. Even if our father is in heaven, he's our father. So you cannot tell us we don't have spiritual father simply because we don't see him. Kwendeni huko. Domi, karibu.
You know, ili aseme hivyo labda kuna kitu alikuwa ameona. This, you know, you see, huyu jamaa wakati aliangalia hivi akaona, yani ameona hapa hivi spiritual fathers hawako. They are there but they are not there. Okay, it's embarrassing. You see, okay, let me say this. Probably the reason as to why he says that is this. You know, pahali baba yuko, where a father is, there are some things that ukienda kwa boma yenye baba yuko, there is some order, some sort of order that is there. But if those are the spiritual fathers, we expect that they are the spiritual fathers. They are the order of the mess. So that was anyway, we agree that it's an insult to us. Yes, it is. But now, unfortunately, if those spiritual fathers are the ones who have successfully ensured that the tribalism grow, what do you expect? They are the ones who have misled the flock. They are the ones who, you know, there's a question. There's a friend of mine who was telling us about okay, that was about the previous election, and he said, I went to Catalonia to pray, and God told me that it is Ruto who is going to be president. I said, okay, alikuambia hivyo, and you are sure he is God. Fine, I'll not dispute that because I was not there with you, and I did not hear that from God. That one I'll not dispute. But now, did you ask God why? Did you ask God why he is giving you Ruto? He did not answer that. Then I gave him an example. Imagine God asks you today that I want a snake to come and live in your home for 2 months. What do? Will you say hallelujah? God has answered. Really? Will you do that? No. You know, there are some things that when you are told, it should sound as bad news. And it calls for an action. There is one thing that we need as the church has, I think somewhere where the church has lost its direction. We have magnified prophecy above the scripture, when it's supposed to be the other way around. The scripture is superior to prophecy. That is why the Bible says, test every prophecy with the scripture. every prophecy should be referred to the scripture, which means the scripture is superior. Now, remember, if we can remember Hezekiah. Hezekiah was given a prophecy that he was going to die. Did he accept it? No. He said no. Okay. I'm assuming it's God who gave them. Who gave them? Let me start by assuming that it's God who gave them the prophecy that it's supposed to be Ruto. There is one of them. There is one that said, "I saw Ruto in the State House, and he was confused. He stood in the State House and he was looking aside everywhere. He does not understand where he's going." Now the question is, did you ask God why Ruto is confused? Or are you, God gives us brains to think. So when God was giving us, everybody knows that Ruto is a thief, and God is saying, this is coming to be your president, and you are clapping. God sees his children that have a problem in the head. Anawaangalia hivi anashangaa, wewe akili iko sawa? Nakuambia nakuletea mwizi kuwa your president alafu napiga makofi. You see, there is a failure, and all that. It is just because Kenyans have embraced values that are, let me say, negative values. Kenyan church, let me not talk about church, because that one is generalizing. Let me talk of some big Kenyan leaders, church leaders. I will call it big because probably they have big congregations, and probably they were known. The problem is they are known, yes, but there is that seed of majorly it is tribalism and love of money that is in so much in them. Now you see, if you love money, what does God do? Anakuruhusu uenda na hiyo pesa kwanza uone huko mbele vile inakaa. Si walipewa pesa. Now what do they say now? Is there anybody? They are not even able to speak anything. Some of them, we had a conversation with some of my friends who are pastors, big pastors, and somebody made a comment, and I disputed it on a very hard ground. I said, no, that is wrong. That is wrong. When a leader does something wrong, it is just wrong. You don't support it because he's a leader. And don't talk, the people talking of, oh, this is he's anointed of God. He should not. No. Herod was there. But John stood up and told Herod, you have taken another man's wife. You see, he was ready to point out. David was anointed, but Nathan was bold enough to tell him, you have taken a sheep of somebody else. That is now the servants of God that are supposed to be. But now, are they so? They are the ones who celebrate when you can imagine somebody, when the police are killing people, he's not talking. But when okay, they are only thinking about the LGBTQ, which they think that's the biggest thing. LGBTQ is bad. That one I don't dispute. It's a big thing. But is it equal to the death of people? What 1 hour? And you don't say anything? Now, there is a theft of election. Wizi wa kura imefanyika. And pastors, a pastor can stand up and say, everybody should shut up. Tuache mambo ya election imeisha. What are you saying? Can we have just somebody who can point out and say, this is wrong? That is what I expected pastors to do. But they ended up that way. So even that man, okay, whatever. Mwenye waliita akasema hakuna spiritual fathers. Probably he saw that.
Wewe. Sawa. Tamatisha tulete nani. What we are saying here is spiritual fatherhood is I would say is part of the problem. You have noted out the excesses of prophecy, and then God told me, God showed me, and that madness that comes with it. That because somebody said he saw, everybody lies prostrate to receive everything he has brought. That you saw something doesn't mean I should have it or it's meant for me. So what we are having is an ignorant church and people taking advantage of the ignorance of the church. Like my senior Apostle Dunston Maboya says, from Tanzania, you know that great man. He says, alisema statement ingine kwa Kiswahili, wacha niseme kwa Kiswahili. Anasema kanisa limekataa maarifa, okay? Na walimu wa ukombozi wameamua kulitesa. So the church has rejected knowledge and deliverance teachers have decided to afflict it. And so what we are having is an affliction by reason of our deliberate chosen ignorance. Na hiyo tu ndio inaendelea. Okay, so huyu atasema simama na fimbo ya Musa, kuja na kitambaa sijui ya red, huyu sijui maji ya Jordan, huyu ni sijui mafuta matakatifu. Na all that is madness, and they are all preying on the ignorance of the people. And so we must rise up and do what we must do in order to get what should be done the right way. And so
a good word. Deliberate ignorance. Deliberate ignorance.
Yes, ukichagua kuwa mjinga, okay, ni tofauti na kuwa mjinga. Ile umechagua tuwezi kukutoa hata tukikuja na fimbo. So all in all, please let's keep going. Thank you so much as we continue with our conversation. Subscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk Live. That is our backup channel. And those of you who did not get the broadcast throughout the week is because we were not able to broadcast on Sound Candid Talk, and so we were on the backup channel. And because you had not subscribed to the channel, you did not get our broadcast on YouTube. So please, we're encouraging you to make sure that you subscribe to that channel and turn on all notifications. Don't select, just turn on all notifications. We will save this country, we will deliver this country, but we must be willing to fight all through to ensure that nothing goes wrong with our country. I've seen public participation, but Frank amekuwa hapa. Frank, wewe inaonekana uniambie haswa uko sehemu gani? Inaonekana network yako ni G2. Abu, unmute and speak up. Yes. Frank, you unmute, but we can't hear you. Okay, sorry. Please work on that. You will come through as usual. You are part of our our struggle. All in all, asante sana. Naomba sasa, unless Mrimi uko na la kusema kwa kifupi, ama tumlete public participation. Okay, Mrimi Anna. Okay,
Thank you.
before public participation comes in, let me quickly play this clip for us to be brought up to speed. Let's look at this shortly.
Effort by the Kenya Revenue Authority to collect tax from returning passengers. The taxman says that all imported goods, whether new or used, will be subjected to taxation. The Kenya Revenue Authority will tax passengers arriving in the country with goods worth more than $500 or an equivalent of 75,000 shillings. The renewed push for the guidelines has received a backlash from Kenyans, including the National Assembly Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, who say the announcement could not have come at a worse time. Here's Lillian Mully with more.
The Kenya Revenue Authority is under fire over a new push to collect taxes from travelers' personal and household items. The taxman came under intense online scrutiny after issuing a directive seeking to tax travelers or passengers arriving into the country from international destinations to the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport with items worth $500 and above, which is equivalent to 75,000 Kenya shillings. Reactions varied from alleged poor handling of arrivals at the JKIA, long queues and exploitation. This after KRA made the announcement on social media platform X.
I've seen something which is coming out as if we are taxing everything that you are coming with. When you have traveled out of country, when you are coming back, you will always come with the clothes, the bags that you went with. But where you purchase goods of value of 500, which are more than one, then you are required to declare the rest for purposes of tax.
The Kenya Revenue Authority's passenger guidelines include all passengers on first arrival who intend to change their residencies to Kenya. This includes missionaries, medical or aid agencies who take up appointments in Kenya. It also includes diplomats and foreign students, as well as returning residents.
The goods that have been checked into the airline will be scanned at the airside, and in most cases the traveler will not even know that the scanning has happened. So when you arrive, we'll only pick out the baggage that has been marked for further verification.
Taxable items exceeding $500 include clothes, personal and household effects, and phones, among others. Duty shall not be levied on the goods imported, including spirits, wines, water, and perfumes not exceeding 1 liter.
People who smoke, they are allowed to carry 250 milligrams of tobacco, perfume of 1 liter, less than a liter, and then alcohol, they also allow a level of what you can carry with you.
There has been widespread concern over KRA customs handling of passengers arriving into the country.
We have done a lot of capacity building programs. We also engage our officers at the airport, which we are organized into shifts. So when a shift is on duty, we take them through a process as to how we expect, or KRA expects them to conduct themselves, and this we hold to them.
The National Assembly Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee has called out KRA for allegedly harassing and intimidating passengers arriving at JKIA.
There is also need to clarify which goods are affected and ensure personal effects and electronics are left out.
The committee asserted that it was wrong timing for the KRA passenger guidelines.
We agree the laws around the world impose limitations on the amount of good, but that should not be an excuse to threaten passengers or harass travelers or infringe on privacy of tour.
The committee says they want the agency to handle tourists professionally and to allow travelers to clear their luggage and, where necessary, pay duty before landing. Lillian Mully, City.
Let's now talk about a story that has kept
senior management of the Kenya Revenue Authority over its latest bid to institute taxation measures on personal or household items, whether new or used, being brought into the country. Now, the committee, alarmed by complaints lodged on social media over alleged harassment of tourists by KRA officials who demand tax from anyone bringing in items worth $500 and above, while acknowledging that KRA was within its right under the East African Community Customs Management Act 2010. The committee chairman said a review of the law was necessary. Let's get more from our very own Chim. I go win.
Amid allegations that officials from the Kenya Revenue Authority were harassing and intimidating passengers arriving at JKIA, even as the country enters its tourism peak season, the Finance Committee is alarmed that the push to tax personal and household items worth more than $500 will give the country a bad image and give competitive advantage to neighboring countries.
Anything that you bring back to the country that is $500 and above is subject to local taxes. However, there is need to have a better understanding
to make them more friendly.
Because the regulations were passed many years ago. That time, $500 worth of anything was quite a lot of money. So there is a need to review those regulations to make sure that they are in a tandem with the current situation and also our neighbors, so that we do not become very uncompetitive compared to our neighbors.
According to Korea, the law applies to all East African community countries, but only Kenya is enforcing its proposals. The committee worried that this will make Kenya less attractive to tourists and investors.
We're competing with our neighbors. Our coastal towns, Mombasa, is competing with Zanzibar. Whether it is our Masai Mara, competing with Serengeti. And therefore, if our tourists come and they have a bad experience here, then they will not choose this as a holiday destination in future. They will go to neighboring countries at no extra cost.
The post by KRA on social media had caused an uproar, forcing the authority to delete the tweet.
During a time when we're really trying to assassinate our economy, then this is not the time to advance such treatment to people when they're coming back home.
The committee will also seek to address other tax-related concerns raised by Kenyans. The chair spoke during a committee session where State Department for Planning Principal Secretary James Muhatia defended their bid not to have their budget slashed, saying it would cripple national building plans.
We have 8 directors that we need to fill, 36 chief economists, and 13 principal economists and 11 senior economists, and we need about 96 million to cater for the PE expenses.
The committee further concerned that various state agencies and departments were not performing optimally. They indicated that they would initiate an audit to ensure taxpayers' money was not lying idle. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV.
All right, Goin, thanks once again for that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the new Kenya for you in an old way. The more things change, the more they remain the same. This backward thinking, to me, it's irritating, and to say the least, it's embarrassing. Okay, it's embarrassing because how do you now? It still beats all logic. On the other hand, you're saying you want to remove visa for everybody to come to Kenya. Okay. So that there is free visa, everybody to come. Then when they arrive, if they arrive with anything, you want to tax them for that particular item. Public participation, you can come and help us. Public participation, are you there? Okay, it appears she's not there. Harun,
Yes, Mr. Bernard, nimefurahi sana. Sijui kama unanipata katika njia mbashara kabisa.
Wewe unapatikana, inaonekana neti yako iko sawa. Kashagu hajapitia hapo.
Asante. Nakwambia huyo mwanaume manzi. Lakini dawa yake ni baba, dawa yake ni baba. Mitego anaziruka kuziruka. So, by the way, mimi nimeshangaa kuona KRA sasa wameanza kunyemelea watu wenye wanasafiri kupitia Kenya. So automatic Uganda, Tanzania watafurahi cause hiyo ni njia moja ya kufukuza watalii wetu. Na imagine hao ndio wanaleta madollars na nini sikuje kutusaidia cause nimesikia Madam Nyakango anasema kuwa dollars siku hizi zinatokelezea maybe from South Africa kwa sababu wanaogopa hii mambo ya digital transaction. So zinakuja alafu zinaingia kwa black market. Nakwambia Kenya yetu baba. It is hell. Alafu jambo lingine sasa itabidi watu tutaanza maybe unashuka TZ, ukishuka TZ unakuja na vichorochoro ukiepa kupigwa rungu na KRA. Sababu gani? Mtu akona laptop maybe ya 100k. Sasa haujaongea mambo ya manguo, haujaongea viatu, haujafanya nini, so nakwambia it is hell. Alafu ndio unasikia kuwa yani ni kitu ambayo inahuzunisha. So mimi ningependa kuguzia jambo moja cause hii ni mwanzo, niko area kuhusu mambo ya government. Vile nimesikia ina rope wa Kenya through triple salaries za government staffs. Alafu yani hapo ni kwa vitabu mshahara wako ni mara tatu. Kama unapata 1 million, kama Ruto vile anapata 1.5 million, piga times 3, hiyo ni 4.5 million. So unapata kuwa yeye instead apewe 4.5 anapewa yani that is government ama state officer, instead apewe hiyo 4.5 anapewa 1.5. Sasa hiyo ingine ya juu yote hiyo 3 million, hiyo ni example, inaingia kwa mifuko ya watu. Alafu mkiambiwa kuwa tunapotezanga bilioni Mr. Dumi Uhuru alituambianga ni bilioni 2 kila siku Alafu watu mnakataa eti watu mnakataa eti pesa zipotee Kenya. Hebu niambie, achukua maybe 100,000 state officers, triple their salaries, because Madam Nyakango alituambia kuwa in fact si yeye peke yake alipata kuwa Treasury inamuibia. No, ni Wakenya wengi, state officers wengi mishahara yao imepigwa mara tatu, alafu wanapewa mshahara moja, hiyo 2 inaingia kwa mfuko ya watu. Na mimi nashangaa hii ni njia moja ya sisi wa Kenya kuonyeshwa kuwa hakika we are sinking. Yafaa tutoke we do something, but tuna keep on kupostpone William Samoei Ruto aendelee kufanya hiyo upuzi yenye anafanya. At the end of the day maybe atakuja kutoroka cause maybe ameunda safe haven hapo nje, kwa sasa hivi ndiye amejua mahali China inapatikana, mahali Uganda inapatikana, mahali Amerika inapatikana, cause ametalii. So wakati unajua ataona mambo imemrukia, wakati amesink the country, atatoroka, atakuwa kama Mobutu Sese Seko, atoroke tu aende kujificha huko cause sasa hivi vile kunaendelea namna hii hatujitoi kabisa. So hiyo imekuwa ni kitambulisho tu, niko area. So Mr. Bernard nimeona ametoka. Mr. Domio unaweza tuambia ni nani ambaye inastahili aje, ni Mr. Frank ama ni public participation ama Mr. Mrimi? Thank you so much.
I think public participation, sijui kama yuko yeye ndiye alikuwa power next. Then I think Aaron.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you can go.
Kidogo niko nimeshikamana but nitakuja baadaye. Nimeshikamana but niko bado studio ya. Kuna kitu fulani nafanya.
Okay, sawa. Then Frank. And before you come, I want to ask a question. Kwa hiyo mambo ya hiyo ushuru ya airport. Kumaanisha mimi nikitoka hapa, nikitoka Nairobi na laptop worth 100,000, niende whatever kule, nitaenda US or whatever, wakati narudi, si walisema they tax both of them whether it's new or old. So are they going to tax it again? And when I go back, then I come back, will it also again be taxed?
Mr. Domi, nakwambia ile confusion ambayo iko kwa huyu mjamaa tunaita William Samoei Ruto ni confusion kubwa sana. Yani unajua ni ile baba, wacha nikwambie, yani imefikia mahali yeye mwenyewe anatuambia kuwa nimeshindwa na kazi, tafuta mbinu mnitoe uongozini. Lakini Wakenya ndio hawa tumeficha vichwa zetu kwa mchanga, cause wakati inafikia unaambiwa kuwa it is only 75 yani goods worth 75,000 na hapo yenyewe umesema vizuri, kama umetoka Kenya ukiwa na kama umetoka Kenya na laptop let's say ya worth 100k, wakati unarudi itakuwaje? So hawajaweka nini, hawajaweka mikakati. William Samoei Ruto anaamka from nowhere kwa anatafuta pesa, anatafuta mahali anaona tu kamwanya kako ndiye anakimbilia. Hata mliona vile aliforce mambo ya finance bill, hii mambo ya house levy without public participation ambayo ilikuwa ya hali ya juu, haikufanywa. Lakini sasa hivi angalia sasa, aliforce tax ndio hii, pesa zenye alikuwa anahitaji still haziji. Ushaona sasa, cause wa Kenya wameamua kutafuta mbinu zingine za kupata ushuru. So nakwambia ni confusion after confusion. Back to you Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you Harun. We are between a rock and a hard place. Frank. Bwana Frank. Pole kwa mateso. Hatukupati kabisa. Mute your camera and see if your audio can come through. Unanipata sasa? Hapo endelea. No, it's not working. It's not working. Sorry. Not working, not working, Frank. Okay, back to public participation either. Okay, she's not yet there. Mrimi, sema kwako.
One of the most maybe it's a bit interesting as well as very very painful when we imagine the fact that we actually have a professional, a doctor, in that case, as the head of the office. I wish we were having somebody else, like maybe somebody else. You can say, unajua, like maybe President Moi, say huyu msee hakuwa amesoma sana, but when a doctor is having that challenge, it's a bit painful. The other side is the kind of complacency, like we are just okay. We are just okay. Somebody was making a fun saying, mafuta isiongezwe kidogo, let it shoot up to 300. So at the same time, I've realized that there is that problem of tax. Many people are no more traveling using their vehicle, their personal vehicles. So again, that's another problem. And therefore, taxation will not really heal the country. I think something else need to be done. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mrimi. Is my senior is called Chris Kumekucha. Is as a statement there uses, anasema Wakenya wamesoma sana mpaka wamekuwa wajinga. So that so when you invoke that issue of doctor or having a learned person, kuna ile kusoma mpaka unakuwa mjinga, and then kuna intumuli, anaitwa indimuli ama indimuli, anasema chindumuli, the Tanzanian singer yule wa Yesu ni Bwana, na anasema nyinyi mnafikiria kusoma ndio mwisho wa ujinga. So kuna ile hali umesoma mpaka umekuwa mjinga, ama hata kusoma kwako hakukusaidia kukutoa kwa ujinga. So that somebody, it's crazy because running a government and running national affairs, it's a complex matter, but all of them are interrelated. There is cause and effect. There is no decision you make that will not affect this. We are suffering because somebody is only keen on one thing: get all the money he can get, anyhow he can get it. It doesn't work that way. You project, Kibaki aliona free primary education inawezekana. One, I will get key donors to support the program. Secondly, I will make Kenyans be productive. When they pay tax, that tax can be spent on paying teachers, and free primary education can work. What is William Ruto borrowing for? God knows. What is he investing to improve the economy? Jesus Christ is Lord. Now, that is where the mess is. Somebody is in office but doing nothing in terms of running the affairs of this country. The shilling was on a free fall. Somebody explained it. So is the country, not just the shilling. The whole country is on a free fall. And if there is no divine intervention, hapa ni kubaya, na mseme ati mko na daktari, Hakuna daktari hapa kuna wagonjwa tu. Hawa ni wawili wamenipora na mimi mmoja. Ile wimbo ya Blish, okay? Mmoja ni mfupi na mwingine ni mrefu. Wakianza kuimba unafikiria malaika. Wacha wamalize utasikia vilio. So this is where we are. Sick people claiming to be doctors. Mad people claiming to be sane. That's where we are right now. Let us not joke around. Things must come around. For them to come around, we must work hard at fixing them by ourselves. Asante sana. Let me, Domi, I see you, but just hold on. Let me, wacha niwapatie verdict ya nini, ya poll. We are running 2 polls at the same time on Sound Candid Talk and Sound Candid Talk Live. So far, on Sound Candid Talk, 120 people have cast their vote 1 hour into the show. Do you believe Kenya is helplessly under siege by corruption cartels? Okay, 85% say yes, and 15% say no, it is not. 120 people have cast their vote with 50 likes. Tafadhali. Let us like the video. Usipige kura bila kulike video. It's important. Please, we are letting down the whole procedure of the reason why we are running the poll as well as the video on the same page. We want the likes of the video to match those of the people who have voted. So far, 122 people have cast their vote, yet our likes are only at 57. Tafadhali, nataka tufuate maagizo, na ni muhimu kufuata maagizo. Before you vote, make sure you like the video so that our likes and votes go parallel to each other. On the other poll, it's the same question. 37 people have cast their vote so far. Do you believe Kenya is helplessly under siege by corruption cartels? 89% say yes. 11% say no. Here we have 20 likes with 38 votes. That means over 10 people did the voting without liking the video. Please, let's also be on the forefront in ensuring that we both like the video and cast our vote on both channels. And if you have not subscribed to Sound Candid Talk Live, please do. 19 votes, okay, 19 likes, 20. Thank you. Please, let's keep doing the right thing because it is right, not because somebody is forcing us to do so. Asante sana. Domi, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Okay, before when Baba, when you are away, we had a question here. I have a laptop. What is worth the 100,000? I went with it in UK. Then I came back with it. Is it going to be taxed? Now, when I go back with it in UK, then I come with it again. Is it going to be taxed again? So that's the question.
That's the paradox of the whole thing. This is not a taxing program. This is a stealing program. Let's not. It's robbing program. It's nothing like taxing issues. The things you tax, okay, custom tax, is usually and mainly on things for trade. Things for trade. Nimeenda UK, nimenunua 10 laptops, okay? Those 10 laptops, I'm coming to resell them in Kenya, okay? I'm coming to resell them in Kenya. Probably I bought them cheaply in the UK. Now I'm coming to resell them in Kenya. That's where I need to pay custom tax because I'm coming to do business with that. But you want to tax me now, you will begin to tax me for toothbrush, toothpaste, and personal effects. That means anything coming in should be taxed. Which inform, what kind of wisdom is that? Squeeze laptop is part of personal effect. Laptop is part of personal effect. Whether it's $500,000 or whether it is 70,000 or 100,000, it is part of what? Personal effect. Laptop is a language that we use. It's like English. So they will begin to tax us for language, for skin color, for going out and coming in and all that. Bas waseme tu kila mtu akikuja Kenya alipie kukuja Kenya. Wasiwaweke hapo fee. When you come back, it's $500. So wale tuko nje tukae tu huko kabisa kwa sababu aturudi we cannot afford the $500. Simple and pure. So William Ruto and team, number one, they want to lock out the challengers of their status quo. And they have seen it is with the diasporians, okay? So they want to lock out diasporians because probably they are the ones messing them up in their deceit. On the other hand, I don't see why you should tax something that is used. It is not viable. It's not viable. If it's new, yes, and the tax should be reasonable. Okay, if you tell me that the laptop is, if it costs $500, who determines the price? Who determines the price? Mimi naweza kuja nilienda River Road ya London, okay? Nikanunua laptop yangu, although it is worth $500, mi nilienda River Road huko nikanunua nini? $200. So nikifika airport, who determines the price? Secondly, must I walk around with the receipts forever? Do I attach them to the laptop so that every time you will scan the receipt and it will tell you it was $200? Something is wrong somewhere. This country is on a free fall. So kuna kitu makosa mahali, and I hope sanity will prevail. I hope somebody will wake up and realize that whatever the damage they are causing on this country is irreparable. So hiyo ni wizi tu, wizi wa ngawira. Let me see, I think there's a video to that effect. Let me see if we can play it before we continue with the conversation. Okay, let's just play this. This is a long one. Let's get this fast, and then we will play that.
And I'm happy to inform the public that today we are the second meeting. We are the second breakfast meeting with the civil society. And I'm happy to inform the public that the meeting centered on the rollout of a Maisha number ecosystem, which is 4 components. That is a Maisha number, Maisha card, Maisha digital ID, Maisha integrated database. So I'm happy to announce also that we have started the piloting of this very important number. And I want to inform the public that we are not seeking for extra additional budget for this kind of project. We are using the resources that have been allocated within our budget.
I've highlighted a number of concerns that civil society from across the country still have regarding the proposed implementation. And we have given a document to the government to consider as our proposal. I know we said bare minimums, but we are calling them proposals for consideration.
All right, that's a good place to begin our discussion tonight. I have on table tonight PS, Immigration and Citizen Service. And it's a huge issue, the Huduma number. I know Huduma number came and went, but then there is Maisha number, and Maisha number also stays a big issue. So let's begin from where that soundbite stops it. What exactly were you launching today, please?
Well, thank you very much once again for inviting me to the studio. And it's my first time to come here to engage. And today we had not really a launch, we had an event, a breakfast meeting with the civil society to be able to engage more. It is part of our public participation program to reach out more to the public, to educate the public, to explain to them what Maisha card is, what Maisha number is. And by the way, do you have any information about Maisha
That's
card?
why you are here tonight, because
Maisha
we really
number?
need to know what Maisha number is.
Yes.
When you talk about Maisha number, PS, all that rings in my mind is the Huduma number. I want to know what is the distinction between these two.
That's why I'm also here today, so that I can explain more to you, to the public, what Maisha card, Maisha number, Maisha digital ID, and Maisha integrated database is all about.
Okay.
Well, just to begin, I want to say that this morning we had a very candid discussion with the civil society, who have been our partners for the last close to 6 months. When we're engaging them, we talk to them, we partner with them, we engage with them in different forums. And I want to say that we have come up with a new product for the people of Kenya called Maisha number, and it has 4 components. The first component, of course, is the Maisha number, which is a unique personal identifier, a number we assign to an individual when they are born. It runs with them. They use it in primary school, use it in university, they use it in college, they use it as the ID number, they use it as their KRA PIN, they use it as their NSSF number, they use it for every other document in their life. So when they die, it is the number that appears on their death certificate.
And then the number is extinguished.
Exactly. So that is a card. Maisha card is a card that is issued to, it's a 3rd generation ID actually, carrying the Maisha number. The card will have a unique personal identifier number, which is a Maisha number, ID. It's an upgrade of the current 2nd generation ID. It's a more secure, more versatile card. It's a smart card. The 3rd component, of course, is a virtual version of the card, what we are calling now Maisha digital ID. It's an ID that you carry on your phone. It's a virtual version. If you are not interested in carrying the card, you can have it on your phone, so that you don't have to carry the card around. You can use with your phone. It's activated. You have it on your phone, and you can transact with it wherever you go, and that will really help ease and enhance service delivery. The last item is what we are calling Maisha integrated database. It's a database which connects all the other databases in government, including those people who are born in Kenya, those who are turning 18, those who are immigrating to Kenya, the refugees. We have integrated the entire database into one Maisha integrated database. And that's the database that will be shared with every government institution, whether it's KRA, whether it's NHIF, whether it is NSSF, NTSA, the entire government will be integrated into one database,
but I think
Maisha database.
I think, PS, that already exists in eCitizen, because the details, my details on eCitizen, and I know in the second hour we'll be discussing more about the eCitizen and the number of products that have gone in there and the management of that. But it sounds as if that is what is existing right now, even in eCitizen, that database, because all my details are found there.
Exactly. But we are making it more versatile, more interconnected, because as it is now, the interconnection is not with civil registration. That is through birth certificates area or to immigration. But we are bringing all this together. The current one we have connects only NRB, which is ID, with the IPRS. But we are saying going to connect and integrate everything
across the board.
Across the board.
Why is this necessary? And before you answer why this is necessary at this point, my question is, what happens to me? Well, I've had an ID with my ID number for the last 40 years.
Well, Ken, for you who has an ID already, your Maisha number will be your current ID number. It's not possible to change the current ID numbers. The current ID numbers will automatically become your Maisha number.
Okay. Then it goes to Maisha card, then digital ID, then of course the database.
Correct.
So everything is integrated.
It's integrated.
Okay. Explain to me the rationale why this is necessary at this time, please.
Well, this is necessary, Ken. One, because of national security. We are looking at ensuring that we minimize, or rather we eliminate what we call identity theft. You know, initially, with the current ID, it is easy to duplicate. But the new card, which we are now introducing as third generation, it has really very high enhanced security features. And very
Are these biometrics included?
Copy, biometrics included, even facial included.
Okay.
And it will really make it very
So
easy.
it has a chip?
It's a chip on it, having the details, and you can do the chip very accurately. And it's not very easy to replicate or copy that kind of information. The second thing is meeting the international standards. The card that we have now meets international standards. The ICAO requirement that it has to meet certain bare minimums. And if you look at the card that we are introducing now, it meets the ICAO standards. That's why in the to have a sample here.
It looks like the old ID though.
It looks like it, but it is not. It has a chip. It is a chip there. Yeah. There's an ICAO sign here. It's written Maisha number.
Okay.
And it is also consistent with the new constitution. You know, the old ID had the districts, but this one now has been realigned to show the counties. These are dummy though.
Oh, this is a dummy, but this is how I hope they can be able to get it, how it looks.
And it looks very, very good. It has a machine-readable zone. It meets all the international standards that are required. We have compliant with ICAO in terms of the structure, in terms of the details we carry in there, and it is very clear. It is a national identity card, but we have branded it Maisha card.
So the Maisha card is here.
Yes, that's the Maisha. Right, that's Maisha number.
Maisha number.
Yes.
There's a sign there, Maisha. It's no longer the ID, but I'd like to turn it.
Yes.
And then that is the chip.
Machine-readable zone. There's a chip there. Yes, and it's aligned to the new constitution.
Okay, but basically all the other details tend to appear like just the other normal ID card.
Yes,
just
all
that
the
now
other
it
details,
contains my details within it.
Exactly, and your details are also on the chip.
Who will be reading this chip?
Well, I want to say that this chip can be read by many institutions who use identity, including the banks, the telcos, because what you have in the chip makes it more accurate, because whatever you see here, you can always refer to the chip. Because the current one, which has no chip, when a few details are changed, then it's very difficult to be able to see accurately who the card
and I
is.
cannot put this in a computer with a program and alter someone else's details?
It is not possible because of the security. This card, this chip is linked to our database in NRB. It's not possible unless you really have access to NRB.
We need to take a break because we're coming back with a comprehensive discussion, but I have to ask you this, PS. What is the cost of this? That must be an elephant in the room. What is the cost of all this, the whole project?
I want to say that the cost, we are not asking for additional funds to finance this project. We are using
from the Treasury.
From the Treasury.
I'm assuming the Treasury.
We are only using the current financial budget that has been allocated by the government. And I want to give you more information on that. That currently we produce about 1.5 million cards for people turning 18 every year. And that's budgeted for every year. And we have another additional 1.5 million persons who are replacing their cards. So in total, we produce about 3 million cards. That is what is budgeted for.
Already the government is budgeting.
The government.
Why do they charge me when I went to replace my card the other day, PS? I was charged some money if it's already budgeted for.
Well, I want to say that it is, when you lose your card, usually the government takes what it costs to produce the card. Currently, we pay about 100 bob for the card.
Yeah.
Yes, but you know, to make that card is even more than 100 bob. But the government subsidizes for that. So essentially, we are saying we are not asking for additional money. We're saying within the current budget arrangements.
What is the budget for this? Yes.
Well, I want to say that the current budget for this is something less than 800 million or
800 million.
And
you factored in the 3
million, and it keeps on being factored in every year for production of cards.
A lot of questions, I know online they'll be asking questions, but first I'd like to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about that.
All right, thank you.
And coming up in business news tonight, Africa requires $190 billion annually from now until 2030.
Goods used or new above dollars, itabidi utaxiwe. That means kama una travel na simu yako over to pay tax. Kenyans were not happy. Wakenya wameingia hapo comment section vibaya sana.
So long as you are entering the country and you have your luggage, vitu zote zitamwagwa chini itaanza kuhesabiwa. Wacha niwaonyeshe. For example, umenunua vitu kama hizi. You bought something like this from abroad. Anything mpya iko ndani ya box itahesabiwa moja moja. Hiyo atakuuliza receipt ya hii umenunua ngapi? How much have you bought this? Oh, hii nimenunua $1 something like that. Then government inaongeza yake on top. Wanakwambia lipia hii, ulipie hii, each and everything unalipia, including your clothes, your shoes, not only electronics. Hapa hivi wamesema ni electronics, but you will pay for everything, anything new inside the box, the one you are carrying. Each and everything itakumutwa hivi. You have to declare. Otherwise,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part and parcel of the great conversation on Sound Candid Talk. As we continue with the conversation, please make sure that you are a subscriber, a member, and then, of course, a follower of our channels, because it's important. We are encouraging you to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk Live, our backup channel, so that whenever there is an issue, you will always be able to get us there. I'm sharing the details in the comments section. Let's all adhere to what is happening. Then, of course, the saga about taxes on returning with items that they are pegging at worth $500 and above. It is an avenue for stealing. It's an avenue for robbing people, and then, of course, messing up the country further. I don't know where Zakayo is going with all that, but in my opinion, it's uncalled for. It's unnecessary. Zakayo should put the country on production. Alisema yeye anapeana pesa kwa production. Let him go and dig boreholes in Marsabit, dig boreholes in Garissa, in Turkana, apande mahindi, apande kama ameshindikana na kupanda mahindi, apande bangi basi. He can borrow wisdom from Wajakoya. Okay, apande chochote kila auze, atengeneze pesa. Badala ya kuangalia watu kana kwamba kila mtu ni cash cow. Going out is you pay. Coming in, you pay. Everything you have, you pay for it. What for? We'll soon to be asked to pay for what else? We need to have leadership that thinks outside the box. And I've said, when Kibaki started free primary education, he sourced for the funding. He sourced for extra way of making the money to sustain the program, not by overtaxing people and taxing people for everything. Zakayo and team should be barred from leadership forever. Thank you. Public participation, I see you are back. How are you? Public participation, are you getting me? Hey, iko nini? Mrimi, upo? Msijifiche nyuma ya kamera mnaharibu video. It's good to keep the picture on so that the video is lit up for the people who watch the show, especially when we are done. So only Aaron is the one I gave permission to be behind the curtain. Public participation either? Okay, it appears. Kuna nini? Okay, asante.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Pastor Bernard, how are you?
I'm good. Karibu, you have been coming and vanishing.
I'm falling in and out of the of the sleep. Yeah.
Okay,
so,
karibu.
Asante sana. I greet you all, Harun and Muriri Kirinyaga. Muremi Kirinyaga. I greet you all. Azimio yote inawezekana. So the last few, yesterday and today we've been following what is happening with the king, and Zakayo took an opportunity to throw jabs at the people who want to be kingpins of particular communities. I was seeing that there are some people who fought in the war. They joined the British Army and they went to the field, I think Second World War. So they were, of course, they expect some kind of remuneration or something. But niliona there was no much, excitement on the part of the king, and they seem to be having a better time when they went to KSPCU. That's who would record. I mean, the ones who rescue domesticated animals, which may be either being tortured or something to that effect. And I was like, these people, they seem to be more into animals even than the way they are to the people, the local people. Another Mzee was there and he was like, he would really like to see the guy because, he met him when he was a young guy, and, Kenyans in yeah. So I don't know. I've not really seen the need of this guy coming. I don't know what he's coming to do. I don't know. But wacha tungoje, pengine anaweza kutupatia loan. Hiyo kazi yetu sasa imekuwa ni stori na kuombaomba loans, so there's nothing much. Yeah. So sorry. So I think that's my contribution for now. I'll contribute more later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, public participation for that. It's crazy. It's crazy that our country finds itself in such a place at this point in time. When we had left this level long time ago, we had jumped over this aspect of life for ages, for over 20 or so years. And Zakayo is bringing us back there. When it was scary to travel out, scary to come back, it's my God. Well, let's listen now to this unless Aaron unala kuongezea kabla kuna video nataka kucheza na ni refu kidogo.
Ningependa kuuliza namna hii. Sasa huyu Zakayo ndio juzi ametuambia kuwa hakuna, ameenda kutafuta jobs sijui 350,000 pale Saudi, na hata watu hawajaanza mambo ya kuenda kwa agencies za recruitment, na unaona uoga ndio huo jamaa ameturushia. So which means wengi watasema hapana bana, inaonekana kama kurudi peke yake ni hivyo. Alafu niliona na Rigathi akisema kuwa wale wenye wako ng'ambo kuhusu mambo ya double taxation, cause kuna nchi unataksiwa na pesa zikitumwa, ukituma pesa nyumbani tena zinakuwa tax. So mtu atasema hapana, kama ni hivi wacha nibaki ni ile umaskini wangu, kama ni kufa nive tu nikiwa. So Kenya tutakuwa tumelose, cause hii in fact it is not really pleasing, yeah. So hapo ndio ningependa kuongezea kidogo, as I allow you to play the video ndio tuichangie. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana, nashukuru kwa hayo maoni yako. So is instead of creating jobs in Kenya, he's sending people to go and work out and then he waits for them at the airport. When they return, he collects everything they worked for. Zakayo. Well, Kenyans, I think it's about time we took things in our own hands and stopped this mbembelezo tunafanya na Zakayo. Zakayo anapaswa kuonyeshwa nani ni nani hapa. Kwa sababu these things he is doing are not adding up at all. It's a whole mess that will land this country in a place where it's so bad. Okay, so we are going to be dropping in from diaspora. We drop in Uganda, or we drop it in Dar es Salaam, alafu tunatafuta njia kukuja huku na mali yetu bila kusumbuliwa. It's bad. Or we just look for residence permanently in a country where we can go and come back safely, because this is now becoming unacceptable. All in all, thank you very much. I thank God for you and your continued support and followership. Tafadhali naomba tumakinike. Kama uja subscribe kwa Sound Candy Talk Live, tafadhali fanya hivyo. Okay, I need to check to see how many people have subscribed. Please subscribe, it's important. That's our backup channel. When we miss out on the main channel, we'll be on that channel. So we are not just looking for subscribers, we are giving you an antidote. Especially those of you who could not get our broadcast for the past 7 days, is because you did not join our backup channel. So please join our backup channel. Be a member if you can. Make sure you're a subscriber. Turn on all notifications. It is that important. The question we are asking on the poll tonight on both channels is, do you believe Kenya is helplessly under siege by corruption cartels? 44 people on Sound Candy Talk Live have cast their vote, and 91% say yes, and 9% say no. The only issue I have with the people here, over 24 people have not liked the video. We said before you vote, make sure that you like the video. Let me also check on Sound Candy Talk, our main channel. Okay, our main channel has 151 people have cast their vote. And the question is the same. Do you believe Kenya is helplessly under siege by corruption cartels? 86% say yes, and 14% say no. 77 likes. Thank you. Still 50%. Please, we are encouraging you, before you vote, make sure you like the video. It helps with our ranking and also our, our growth as a channel on YouTube. Thank you very much. I also want to appreciate those who are sending in their contribution. It is end month. We must pay our bills. Tafadhali tukae mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba tutalemewa kwa vyovyote vile ukiwa hapo. Asante sana. Nimlete moja kwa moja Reverend Lala afanye submission, then we can play that long video that is talking about diasporians angry with the tax measures that Zakayo is putting up. Thank you very much. Reverend Lala, karibu.
Asante Bernard, asante Haron, Nani Mrimi, public participation, na wengine wenu ambao mko huko nyuma. Habari zeni na mjambo. Mimi ni mmoja wao, naitwa Badiaspora. Jina hiyo inanifit vizuri, lakini nimekasirika sana kwa sababu nilisema juzi kwamba hii serikali ya Ruto sijui kama imerogwa. Manake kuna watu wengi wamesoma, wameenda shule, lakini onekana hata masomo haitumiki. Sasa sijui kama walipeleka watu kwenda kusoma kwa nini. Kwa sababu hii taxes yenyewe ni already ni mbaya zaidi hapa kwetu Kenya, na sisi tunajua kwamba wakati huu ni sisi wa diaspora tuna keep that economy yetu ya Kenya ni kwa sababu ya foreign currency, foreign ana ni kwetu sisi. Na wengi wetu tunafanya kazi hapa ili tupeleke pesa nyumbani, tusaidie wazazi, marafiki zetu, jamii na nchi yetu. That's why tuko hapa nje. We are not here because we are just having fun and we have got this free money that we're supposed to throw from the tree to fall. And for Ruto and his team it's almost a rape, so it's more like a rape. You know, we are already helping. You know, for a long time the diaspora tunakuwa tunasaidia hii nchi yetu, and most of us we came on our own, we struggled on our own to be over here, and we are here to help our nation. And now not only my taxes zetu tunakuwa overtaxed there, na hata kuja nyumbani lazima nilipe tax at the airport. In other words, anything above $500 you pay tax, whether old or new. Already my shoes and my suitcase is already over that. So practically I am in the diaspora, helping the nation to stay afloat because there is nowhere foreign currency being earned. Tourists are not coming. And so the figures are there. And for Ruto to treat us this way, first of all, my fellow diaspora, let us join those wazalendo wenzetu who are in the country like Bernard and others that are working and fighting hard. Let us use our resources, let us use our persuasions, whenever we get a chance to help our people see the danger that we are in. Because unless we are educated and enlightened to know, where we are going, it will be too late. So, one in the diaspora, it's very, very sad. And what Kenya does not understand, there are some of us with homes, even in Uganda, other places too, So money will not come straight to Kenya, which means central bank buy to my money. We can use different ways to bring in money. There are some of us already, we have lost money. There are some of us who repatriated, including myself, into the Kenyan bank. And my money is worth nothing right now. I can't bring it back here, to the US because it's lost its value in Kenya. So bringing money to keep in that bank will almost be impossible because it is doing nothing. It's just going to be depreciating. So you're losing the diaspora's money because nobody in the diaspora will not bring the money. They'll keep it outside. The only time they'll bring it is to help their families. But in terms of investing, as a matter of fact, we have several circles right now, and they are trying to get their money back. They have to get their shares back. Nobody wants to bring money right now. And let them call me. I'll tell them exactly what's going on. We have the Zooms, they're talking, and they're actually asking us to close the office in Nairobi and bring it back to the US. We are still trapped in Kenya. We have one of the largest circle of Kenyans in diaspora. Most members don't want they say that they want to move their headquarters right now, the office in the Kenyan office, because we moved the Kenyan office very recently to Kenya. Now they don't want it there because of what Zakayo is doing. So Kenya tumerogwa, sijui kuna nini inafanyika, hiyo nchi yetu. And so for me, I'm tongue-tied, especially how people ambao wameenda shule wamesoma aoni aibu. It's like
Paul, Reverend, we can't get you clearly. There is something wrong with your net.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Sorry, we can't get you. I think you will need to leave and come back.
Okay, thank you.
Reverend, we didn't get your submission. Yes. Correct, and then get back. Thank you, everybody. As we continue the conversation, we take a short break. When we come back, we'll be playing the video, the displeasure of diasporians about the new measures Zakayo is deploying in his quest to get everything from everyone except himself.
Maneno ya kutafutana na Uhuru Kenyatta wachana nayo. Uhuru alifanya kazi yake akaenda wapi?
If they continue this thing about Uhuru Kenyatta, they are going to see the things they've never seen from some of us. You will hear what they call broadly inclusivity. Inclusivity is nusu mkate. That is why they want us to give them a blank check. Lakini ngo, there will be no blank check. The issues that were agreed on are 5 issues. If you don't want to take that, I told them yesterday, please go back to the streets.
Calling yourself a Democrat when you loot all the resources of your country, mislead people, torture them, imprison them, burn their businesses to us, and you call that a democracy or a civilian rule and an illegally elected government? The leaders must stop lying to their electorate first. They must stop the corruption. They must stop looting our resources. They must understand that they are not a better citizen than anybody. They are given a responsibility, a role to play to help develop the countries and make sure that there is peace and tranquility and respect the constitution of the country.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika sake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candid Talk. Tukutane Sound Candid Talk.
You are watching Sound Candid Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying tuned. We appreciate everybody for their participation and continued followership of our programs. We are live on Sound Candid Talk, Sound Candid Talk Live, and of course, Facebook as well. Thank you so much. Those of you who are following us from other channels as well on Kibali Lounge, we really appreciate you. Please, let's keep going as we continue with this great conversation. Masaa nayo pia ndio hayo yameanza kukatika. We are about to clear our 3rd hour, and then you know what happens after the 3rd hour. There must be resurrection. So I will be signing out. So tafadhali, kama una la kusema, ujuai mapema uliseme wakati ufaao. I really want us to be focused in ensuring that what is right is done for this country and for the future generation. Hakuna kusarenda. Zakayo na timu yake lazima waachilie inji iwe inji ya Wakenya. Hawezi kubadilisha inji kuwe Banana Republic, inji ambayo ni ghost nation where everybody's running away from. That should not be allowed. And so any person who is right thinking and has the interest of this country, stand up, speak up, stop tolerating what should not be tolerated. Thank you very much. Reverend Lala, you can conclude your submission. We didn't get you your latter end. And then after there, we'll play the video. Asante sana.
Asante wapendwa. Vile nasema ni hivi. Kwa Wakenya wote tuko hatarini zaidi na zaidi, kwa sababu sisi kama diaspora ndio tuna saidia kifedha, yani foreign exchange, lakini sasa ametuingilia sisi. Juzi nilikuwa kwa mkutano na watu wetu wa Kenya, wanasema wanataka kuhamisha hata hiyo the diaspora circle. Just few months ago, they approached us if we could buy one of the banks. But right now the members are leaving. Some are actually asking, right now one even sent a note to me, if I can buy her shares. Kenyans are quitting, the market here. They are going back to the US and other places. And so I don't know where these people's minds are. I don't know. Sijui watu aina gani hawa kina Ruto. Asante. Nitasimamisha hapo kidogo, utasema zaidi baadaye.
That, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the conversation, please make sure you are participating into our polls. We are running a parallel poll on Sound Candid Talk and Sound Candid Talk Live. We need your participation, and we're encouraging you to subscribe to Sound Candid Talk Live, our backup channel. Please, that channel ilituokolea wiki hii wakati tulikuwa na blackout kwa main channel. So wewe ambaye ulikuwa kwa blackout, njia pekee ya wewe kutoka kwa blackout ni kusubscribe kwa backup channel. Tafadhali usiseme sikukuambia, nimeshasema. Na link ya kutumia kusubscribe kwa hiyo backup channel inaitwa Sound Candid Talk Live. Link ndio hii. Okay, click on the link, follow it to the video. When you get there, like the video, participate into the poll, and then subscribe. When you subscribe, turn on all notifications. Turn on all notifications, or else you will miss out a big deal into what is going on without your knowledge. Let's listen out to this as diasporians express their rage against Zakayo and his far-reaching measures in terms of taxing Kenyans to death.
We really appreciate the fact that we have very many people, Kenyans and non-Kenyans, who listen to us from outside the country. The Kenyans who live and work outside the country, they contribute a lot. And also they're very, very important in the conversations that we have all the time. Professor Serone Cheson is a professor of food biotechnology. He lives and works in Germany. Eli Likuyani is a founder of Mizani 254, and he lives and works in Belgium. They're joining us now via video link. Good morning to you, gentlemen.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Prof, good morning.
Good morning, Eric. How are you doing?
Very well.
Good morning, all of you Kenyans.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Kenyan City, how are you? Kenyan City yako sawa? Very good. Now, Kenyan City will welcome the guests with the day's proverb, the African proverb from the Republic of
Burundi.
All right. Eli Likuyani, please say the capital city of Burundi. What's it called?
Oh, Lord, you just got me off of that because the capital was changed the other day. We've been talking about Bujumbura, but that's not it. Mm-hmm. Can I pass on that?
Prof?
I was always a student of anything other than geography. So I pressed the yellow pass.
Okay, Mwalimu City.
Well, you are right when you say Bujumbura, that's economic capital. The political capital is called Gitega.
Correct, Nitega.
Yes,
And
that's the political, economic in Bujumbura.
myself on that.
Yes.
Be fearless, Eli. Be fearless. All right, the proverb.
A night without roosters still ends.
A night without roosters still ends. Prof, what's your interpretation of this proverb?
Your audio is slightly on the lower side. I didn't quite get the question.
A night without roosters still ends.
Okay. You know, the last time I did riddles was over 50 years ago. I'd say it's a peaceful night, but other than, instead of sounding stupid, I'll just beep, press on.
Eli?
Well, a night without roosters still ends. I'm reminded of children who make noise through the night. And by the time morning comes, you are like, whew, finally, it is done. But anyway, into perspective, I think where we are at as a country, I am of the feeling that there's too much noise about what is not working and what is working. And we are waiting. When are we going back to the ballot? Because you're already putting it into motion. So yes, finally, we hope to kick out some people from the governance. Thank you.
Why? Why, Eli? Why are you so done and fed up so soon?
If you allow me, Eric, and thank you again for inviting us to have this conversation from the diaspora perspective. I am a heavy investor in this government, or rather the government of the day. And why would I say that? I live and work in Belgium. And the last time they were trying to recruit people to go and vote, this was being done in a country called Germany, where Prof lives, but the city is Berlin. It took me 7.5 hours to drive to Berlin. It took me 3 nights and 3 days of unpaid leave. And on top of that, all we are seeing today is a government that literally leads not only from the top of the hill, but they're actually living and residing at JKIA. Today, as we speak, Kenyans are living on beyond poverty lines. The promises made to the diaspora, which included giving them favorable investment conditions, are not attractive. The state of the economy is questionable. And the government of the day seems to be unaware of what it's leading, and even if they had a plan in the first place. So indeed, I am so done with this government system of the day, and I can't wait to tell them adios. It's been real.
Wow. Prof, what's your sentiment? I mean, all right.
Mine is different, and you see that's why I'm laughing.
Right.
It's because on election day, although the polling station in this part of Europe is in Germany, I was with family on holiday in Aarhus in Denmark. Partly because my name was missing from the IBC register, both in Nairobi and here in Berlin. And secondly, because anyway, it coincided with that moment when I needed to unwind. Now, that doesn't mean I didn't invest. And you know, with all honesty, I did invest in this election a lot, in the last one. I was in a coalition which is different from the ruling coalition. I invested, I donated money, I made pitches on video and, you know, online. And when the election results were announced, I basically said, you know what, I move on, you know, and allow the guys who won to lead, you know, to lead us according to their plan. But then I am at the moment where I sit here and I think deja vu.
Why?
Deja vu because I know I'm one of the guys who elected a wrong leader somewhere by not voting. And that is something that I would like to consciously, bring to Kenyans, because it doesn't matter what you do. You either go to vote for the right guy or you stay away and vote for the wrong guy. And I think there is an emerging pattern in this country or in that country, where we elect not leaders, but we elect objects of complaint, right? It's like we have a hype before the election. We are so psyched up, so energized, absolutely unreasonable. And then after the election, we are like, what kind of person did we elect? We left the reasonable guy who was telling us what he would do and how he would do it. And we elected a storyteller who was telling us what was wrong with the other guy without telling us what he or she was going to do. And we are so obsessed with hearing the negatives of the other person to an extent that we do not spend time to interrogate the other person who wants to come in and ask, you've told us you're going to put the country under 10,000 kilometers of tarmac. How are you going to finance that? Are you going to sell your father's cows to finance it? How are you going to finance all these things that you've done? And I'm not going to apportion any blame to anybody, but I think as a country, as we mature democratically, we also need to tone down our emotional attachment to politicians and sort of a helpless attractiveness towards hype and almost religious hypnotism, if you like.
So
sorry.
That's understandable. Look, I think some of the things as we look at, of course, the numbers have been thrown out at us over the last few years in terms of what the diaspora community then does actually contribute towards the Kenyan economy. And Eli, just as I hear your frustration and you talk about being an investor in the economy, what are some of the things that you're seeing from where you sit that are now making it very, very difficult for you to have faith in the government of the day?
Dude, and thank you for asking that question. To start us off, I would like to point a few issues, and I always want to look at it from the most recent occurrences. Recently, we had the deputy president trooping Europe, and he was here in Brussels and proceeded on to go to Berlin. But in his troop, rather Munich, in his troop, as he was doing that, he stopped over in Brussels. And I had a question for him. I questioned the DP and asked him, Mr. Deputy President, as you have seen the climate at home politically, it's quite warm. And that goes without saying, congratulations for doing that. But secondly, what have you done or what are you doing to ensure that diaspora and investors at large can actually have faith that things are working and we can finally start investing home? The answer that the deputy president gave me was, you know what? The easiest and most secure way to invest in Kenya is through government bonds and T-bills. And that's what made headlines. Now, looking at an individual at his capacity who cannot answer a simple question as to what is being done right to actually attain that economic freedom that every Kenyan and every diaspora member is looking for, and is unable to answer that question, frustrates me. Number two, most diaspora people that you are speaking to today, including Serone here, they are investors in different capacities, including those houses that were being demolished in Mavoko. If you go and comb through, you realize that most of this property are actually owned by Kenyans living in diaspora. This is a Kenyan that has worked hard, tried to push back some money and invest into the local economy. But then we have unpredictable economic market whereby you are not even aware if tomorrow, if you bring up a project, is going to get demolished. The process through which you have to go through to do what we have now called due diligence, it's horrendous. You cannot, it's not even trustable. Man A tells you this, man B tells you that. I mean, I look forward to a day that you can do everything on your phone without necessarily walking to Mukubwa ABCD. Why have we not, and I ask this question with a lot of passion, why have we not taken advantage of the so-called technology growth in our country and the digitalization of services to ensure that diasporas do not need to be conned not only by their relatives, but the governments of the day, including county governments? This is frustrating. And as an investor, yes, I must say, we need to do better than this. I mean, why do we have governance? I mean, a government that we elected to deliver, and all they can do is keep flip-flopping with ideas and have no clue of what has to be done. Eli, that is my frustration, do.
Eli, when, and I can hear the frustration, what do you see as the route to the solution? Is the route to the solution engaging? Do you have avenues to engage? Do you have avenues to advocate for those issues that you're raising? What is your route to the solution?
We have a couple of solutions that we have been, trying to come around with. And one thing, just before I can quickly digest that, Eric, we as diaspora keep discussing about how we can better our country. Look at a country such as Ethiopia. It's been hailed by how diasporas contributed their own money to build the dams, and they did an amazing job. If you come to Kenya, anytime we talk about remittances, it is thrown to our relatives, and that goes without saying. So if we were to look at these things objectively, I will suggest something that Serone will actually talk about later on. There is a program being run by the Kenyan diasporas called We Do, and this program is in association with GIZ. And I'm not here marketing them. I'm just saying the practical things that are being done. You see an investor, that is Eli, here in Brussels, will partner up with Ndu, who is in Nairobi. Ndu wants to put up a business that it's, let's say, 50,000 Kenyan shillings, but she cannot raise the 50,000 Kenyan shillings. Why do? As a diaspora person, I remit 25. Ndu marks up the amount with another 25,000 Kenyan shillings. She actually goes ahead, purchases what needs to be purchased. Kama ni zile smoky that you people are throwing in the streets, you do that. You prove that you have actually purchased, and you're selling at every stage of doing this business. You're actually uploading through the simple existing mechanism, such as M-Pesa, that is widely consumed as a mobile banking, solution. And as you do that, you upload these receipts of payment to a platform. Every time your receipts check out, and until your project comes to maturity, and we say, okay, now you have spent your 50,000. What does We do? We do adds you another 50,000 Kenyan shillings to that which you put. So in a nutshell, you have received 100,000 Kenyan shillings to pull up the economy. This is what diaspora has to be doing, and not what we have had. And I think I'm going to talk about the taxation issue later on. But for now, these are some of the solutions you're proposing. We are tired of being told diaspora is giving us 4.3 billion annually of US dollars, and this is how we're going to solve our Eurobond problems. Hello, Mr. President and Deputy President, you are not going to solve your problems by putting your hands out to borrow. You need to invest our money, and investing our money does not include you as a local leader sending out your money to overseas accounts that in the Caymans Island of this world, and then you are demanding diaspora to double up the amount by remitting back to the country. This is not a practical way of doing business, and that's the dumbest way to run an economy.
Let's take a break on that note. Professor Serone Icheson, Professor of Food Biotechnology, is in Germany, and Eli Likuyani is the founder of Mizani 254. He's in Belgium. We're having a diaspora conversation. What's the diaspora feeling and thinking about as they're in the country? Spice. It's a diaspora conversation. We're joined by Eli Likuyani, who is in Belgium, and Professor Serone Icheson, who is in Germany. And Eli was just telling us, the things that he's unhappy with and about with the things that are happening in the country so far. Prof, the government came in place and established a State Department for Diaspora Affairs to look at how best to engage with Kenyans living in the diaspora, to look at how best to respond to their needs and queries, and to look at how best we can then increase our relationship between the Kenyans in Kenya and the Kenyans outside the country. Have you, Professor Serene, engaged with the State Department?
Thanks a lot, Eric. I mean, I don't know whether you guys can hear me well, but
yes, we can.
We can.
Yeah, I'd like to unwind a little on what Eli was saying before I briefly dive into what you just asked. So, I share in Eli's frustration, and why I share in Eli's frustration is because everybody in Kenya sort of dreams of a moment, a period in life where a member of the family emigrates abroad, either to study or to work. And obviously that is usually followed by a long shopping list. I need a house, I need a home, you left your cousin, she was in school, you need to pay fees, etc., etc. If the economy is not doing well, there is a ripple effect which touches on us here. When I look at my remittances, and I'm not going to give you the numbers, we are doing numbers that are basically going to family directly or dependents that are not necessarily family, or people that just appeal to you, especially me, because I have a public presence, that come to me directly and say, hey, we really need your help, the dire need. We know you love education and you're committed to ensuring that everybody, gets this magic which transformed your family. And therefore, when I look at what I did 5 years ago, if I sent out €1, I would be exchanging it at 100 shillings. Today, I am doing, which is good on my side and bad for the Kenyan, right? I only need to send €62 to get the equivalent of what I was sending €100 5 years ago. In other words, the shilling has lost about 40% of its value. It's good for me as a diasporan, that's what I'm saying, because if I wanted to buy a piece of land today, I would only pay about 60% of what I would pay in euros 5 years ago. The reality is that money has lost more value because of depreciation, because the governments, successive governments, and including the guys in power today, have deliberately destroyed the economy from a producer economy to a supermarket economy. And this is something that really irritates a lot of us. When we think about the fact that imported eggs from Israel and South Africa are cheaper than the ones that you produce in Nandi Hills or in Kericho or in Kisumu or in Kiambu. Nobody can explain that, So, Eli, you and I share these, and we keep talking about the fact that the government thinks, well, you send in a lot of dollars or euros or whatever currency that you do because we need that money. The problem is the same government is ruining the economy to an extent that the increase of people who depend on me today has gone from 12 to 20. I mean, practically, I am feeding 20 people directly today. And some of them are people who are helpless. Others are people who have, college degrees, masters. I educated a nephew at Strathmore. 1.5 million shillings later, he has no job. He's basically a disco jockey somewhere in Nairobi. And these are guys who are told, you vote for us, we are the hustler government, we know you. There is this bullshit talk of, we are a shareholder government. Sorry, guys, I know I'm on air. There is this nonsense of we are a shareholder government. You expect somebody to say, okay, we are not going to just, run around there getting everybody. But here are people who have papers, and they deserve to get employment. And then you're asking me about the diaspora desk. I mean, good riddance, Mutua. I was among the first people to be blocked by Mutua on Twitter.
Okay.
And that was basically the end of it. I mean, he had a desk. He was the minister for international relations. I couldn't access him. I mean, there is a lady who is doing a fantastic job of creating awareness.
Yes.
I forgot her name. She's doing a really nice job.
Yes, Rosalind Jogu.
Yes, Rosalind Jogu is doing a very nice job, creating awareness, linking out here to us. But I think at the top there was a sort of a numbness, if you like, right? And lack of creativity. And what do I expect as a diasporan?
I think this is the question, I think, for both of you,
Yes.
and also because this is the thing, that from the point of view of the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they obviously see that there needs to be some kind of representation when it comes to diaspora needs. But of course, this must be fueled by the actual
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll share that in bits. That is 50% of the video. But I trust you have gotten what is happening and the frustration of the diasporians with the Sakayo administration. I'm glad that you're here for always being here and to continue to follow us. And my time is up. I want us to do what we must do. Now, before that, I want to encourage us to make sure that you are subscribing to our backup channel. It's called Sound Candid Talk Live. If you are not subscribing, then don't blame me when you get a blackout like we had the past 7 days. So please make sure you have subscribed and turned on all the notifications. Before I go to Kenyan with Love, I'm sure he's here with trouble. The polls on both channels are, do you believe Kenya is helplessly under siege by corruption cartels? 49 people have voted on Sound Candid Talk Live. 92% say yes, 80% say no. We have had 23 likes. So 49 people, 23 likes. Kuna wale ambao wamepiga kura bila kuhakikisha kwamba wamelike video. Then on Sound Candid Talk, 166 people have cast their vote. Same question, do you believe Kenya is helplessly under siege by corruption cartels? 86% say yes, 14% say no. Thank you. Back to Kenyan with Love.
Habari yako na habari zenyu nyote.
Habari ni wewe unatuletea.
Mr. Lala, it's nice to see you, sir. You're looking good, sharp as always. Very nice. Asante sana. It's always good, and I'm coming to you because, Mr. Lala, I not really a bone to pick with you, but I want to advance what you were saying so that people can understand what exactly you were saying. Wale wetu, the us, the watu wa mashinani, so that they understand. Public participation, I heard you were falling in and out. I hope you're not having a nightmare by now. But Bernard, I know you're a pastor. Please, kuna namba natafuta, please. Nataka namba ya Al-Shabaab.
Sasa. How do you combine those two offices now? Pastor, Al-Shabaab.
Si wanakuja hata kukuomba msamaha, wanakuja uwaombe. Wewe unaficha
Oh,
vitu.
they come in trust. In fact, you're not far. I've given you the story of somebody who walked in my office and says he has killed the wife and the lover, and he has come so that I pray for him because he's being followed. When he gets shot, he wants to go to heaven. So you're not far from the truth, but I won't give you the number.
Unataka namba ya Alshabab, tulikuwa nawatumia vitu hapo Kisimayu, alafu mimi naingia Kenya na Bernard. I'm serious by the way, and I'm talking seriously. Mimi hivi ndio nitakuwa nikiingia Kenya. Wacha nikuoneshe venye nitakuwa nikiingia Kenya. I know you're scared to show it because wewe ni mtumishi. Mimi si mtumishi, wewe ndio mtumishi. Haya, hivi ndio nitakuwa nikiingia Kenya mimi. Na msinisumbue akili. Unaona? Are you seeing that? Hivyo ndo nitakuwa nikiingia Kenya. Alafu tunaenda pale Boni Forest. Tunaenda tunapatana hapo na mzigo yangu. Nataka kujua vile wanaingianga hiyo pandingi. Ndio maana natafuta hiyo number. Please, if anyone, ladies and gentlemen, this is if you have that number, please give it to me. Bernard. YouTube, by the way, msituchape. Some of us are
You are
comedians
beginning
around
to
here.
set us up. Be careful.
So Bernard, 500, I had Pastor Lala. That's why I said I have a bone to chew with him. Pastor Lala just said, and at times, Bernard, we are not trying to say that, sometimes watu wanadhaningi watu ya diaspora, you have money. Pastor Lala said it very well. And even that picture, the person did it, the mwenye aliweka hiyo picture, because I know where it came from, he knew what he was talking about. Because things are expensive where we live. Watu wanadhaningi vitu ni cheap kule tunaishi. Yusu tumevaa Bernard hivyo nikakupeleka Burlington, and is one or TJ Maxx, which is one of the cheapest that we do. You'll find that $500 is already gone. Just your outfit, if you want to have a good outfit. Na hapa hakuna sijui mtu aenda nishone na kuletea material. It goes back to also how we earn our money and also the bills that we pay around here. Hiyo pesa yote inarudingi kwa Uncle Sam. Why do we call him Uncle Sam? Because the money always goes back. One time I sat down with my auntie in New York when she had come to visit. Akaniambia, na hii pesa yote mnapata. Nikamwambia, okay, kaa chini basi. Ndio hii check yangu, pay stub. Here, let's go. Namwambia, wapi insurance? Unalipanga ngapi? Akaniambia, ndio hiyo. Nikamwambia, wapi cable? Ndio hiyo. Wapi gas? Unajua sisi huku tunachapo na nini? Kuna winter, kuna summer. Summer lazima uweke baridi. Ndio hiyo. Nini akachapa hiyo hesabu yote, akaniambia, guy, mtoto wetu unabakingi na nini? Because when I give you the check, it looks wow. Hiyo pesa wajameni, hii kijana imeiva. But now when I come down to give you the bills and give you to go calculate the end result of what you're going to remain with, it's not that easy. Yes, kuna watu wenye wanabaki na kakitu, lakini hata hao wanalalamika. And then now, remember, sometimes when you tell even the people that you live with, when you wako huku hivi, when you are travel, when you tell them even the fare itself, the aircraft ticket itself to come to Kenya, and you want to come and see your family, they tell you, how do you guys afford this money? And by at that time, the person that is asking you anaendesha gari kikubwa. Hii fikia watu wenye wanataka kututax kwa nini? Because I can tell you, most even like where I live, most of the people that are not even from my country ask me, how do you travel? Tell them I save here and there. They tell me, I cannot afford that kind of money. And where do you live? I say, well, I have a family here and there. They can't even afford the flight. Now, here we are. We want to come to our country. Na mnataka tuingie Kenya na maboxer at 500. Simu already ni pesa ngapi? You know, Bernard, I don't understand it, and I think I showed you something yesterday. But I'm telling you, I don't know if Ruto, whenever he travels, akirudi bag zake ufunguliwa, we need to stop. If we're going to actually work like this, we need actually to stop this VIP thing and tufungue bag zake zile vitu anarudishanga Kenya. Every person that goes and every leader that is going to go on this one, we need to do it. Bernard, we've managed to take the since we started saying zero remittance, we've managed to take the dollar up. Why are we able to take the dollar up by just saying na sijui ni nani Bernard, sijui kama ndo ulibiaza Kayo Siru ukamwambia hawa watu wa diaspora wanafanya zero remittance. Sijui kama ni wewe ukienda maombi huko State House. We need them to understand what diaspora is all about. Diaspora is not a place to come and collect money. We work so hard. We struggle. Bernard, by the time unauliza kama saizi ni time ya kulipa bills, mtu anafikiria what is going to pay, because now it's actually we are entering into winter. Wenye walikuwa mezima heat, lazima sasa wazifungue. That's another extra bill. And you have to do it. So when they start attacking us diasporans, like Lala said, and Lala, I hope you return that office back to where it belongs. Because I hope you talk to them, you return that office where it belongs. When I'm talking to people, they're just done with Kenya. No one wants to hear anything with Kenya, they just want to hear their parents. How are you going to open another lady told me, Bernard, the other day, not the other day, it was just yesterday. She told me that her sister alienda akaeka all the panties on top of the bag. Zile chafu chafu. Today my sister was like, simweke mchafue tu hizo vitu zote, and then mukifika huko hivyo ikwe chafu asitake kuangalia. How are you going to tax someone that went and fought for the country? Outside there. And let me tell you, most of the people that are out here, they shine and they are known. Kenya is known because of the people that are out there. How are you going to tax me to come back to my country? It goes back to what we saw with Miguna. Yes, we don't like him. Watu wengi si watu ukila mtu. But the guy was right. It's his country. So utaninyang'anya kila kitu na huku ninyang'anya nikitoka. Seriously. I should be able to be happy I'm coming home. Hata naweza kuachia kakitu hapo kama nataka, not you telling me. What is this that you're going to get? Already you've taxed. I'm bringing it. It will be taxed either way whenever I'm there in the country. Hata kama ni ya kuuza, as long as it's not large scale, which we understand, that one is a business entity. Yes, you can. So you're telling me, like, Bernard, I'll give a bad example. Our family, we do what we call secret Santa because we are a big family. So kama mnajua secret, I know people know what secret Santa is. So in our family, kila mtu ako na majina zake. So you're telling me I can't buy, if my secret Santa is my grandfather, I can't buy him a computer worth 500 because I'll be taxed. Hata kama ni pesa mnataka bwana, wacheni hiyo mchezo. Hebu endeni muangalie kule Uhuru alikuwa akitoa tax na nini. Hiyo mchezo ya kuanza kutuingilia sisi watu wa diaspora, by the way. Now ndio maana nakwambia tutaanza kufanya hiyo dola venye tunasema, venye nani, the control of the budget said, yes, we'll look for other ways of bringing in the dollar and exchanging it. And like Lala said, right now, in fact, economically is good for me. Because if I send money right now through my bank, Chase Bank, nakina, JP Morgan and whatever, it lands in my account. Guess what? That's 154 as of today. It changes. Yes, it's good. But once it sits in that account and the dollar keeps on going, it's bad economy for me. The money that is in my account in Kenya, Bernard, is useless right now. What I'm holding right now is so worth, it's the pesa mingi, whatever I have, even $100. If I'm holding it right now, ni mingi sana, nataka kwanza ipande. In fact, me, I want to sabotage that whole thing ifike 170 ndo nitume iingie huko, alafu nikijua sasa itashuka kutoka hapo hivyo. Because ikishuka sasa, now I have more money. So the money that we sent before is worthless. And that's why you're having even the tourists and even the investors not doing anything. Bernard, that was my opening remark. Let me not talk too much, but today is a Monday. Today is a weekday, so you know where I'm supposed to go. This session, maybe later on, mi na Jiru tutazangalia nikirudi, but for now I'm here. I think you still have another 30 minutes or 40 for me being here. Thank you. I hope that was at least educative for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenyan with love. I think you should get Ugandan visa or a Somali visa early enough if you want to land inside. Ukikosa hiyo, jaribu ya Zanzibar. Zanzibar iko karibu na Mombasa na Mboni Forest, so itakuwa shida sana. Cha muhimu hapa, Zakayo amenoa. I think anatarajia kama vile Wamboi amesema hapa ni story na Christmas. Anategemea kwamba vile dola imemshinda, anataka akusanye kutumia hii Christmas ndio January isimalize yeye, unajua January. So he's trying to safeguard himself against January by fleecing the Kenyans as they come home for Christmas holiday.
And sorry, Bernard, as you bring the other guys, can I just post something as the discussion is going? There's three places that I got this vitu zenye zimeongezwa. Just as we are talking, I won't interrupt. Just to post in a overlay. Can I do two overlays and you watch them carefully, or three?
Sawa, quickly, please.
No. Continue with the discussion. I'll just do them quick.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So it's a Christmas. Christmas is the one that is informing what Zakayo is doing right now, and he hopes to bring in as much as possible. January it will be dry. Majority of Kenyans will not be submitting their taxes and all that. And so he's looking for using the high season of Christmas to bring in as much as he can. But what he doesn't realize is that he's known for getting the cat out of the sack too early. So everybody will run away before he's able to achieve whatever he wants to achieve. Unfortunately for him, and fortunately for the rest of the people get caution. They would change direction for where they will go for Christmas holiday until the situation turns around. Too bad for Zakayo. Too bad for this country. We deserve better than this. May God help us. I will let Reverend Lala weigh on this. Before Reverend Lala, kuna Kenyan maandamano kamili. Nimemuona. Karibu mami, ebu changia kwa kifupi ama kwa kirefu. I have like 9 minutes here. I need to go.
Thank you, Bernard. Nakusalimia sana. Asanti kwa kazi yako kila siku. Mungu akubariki. Kenyan with love. Lala. I don't know the other person, whether it's public participation or... And everybody in the comment section wa Kenya pahali popote mko na wasalimia sana. Mimi niko salama salamini. Actually, I was trying to come and, weigh in Kenyan with love. That picture that he showed, that's the way he will be traveling back home. And then ikama question, si huyu jambazi ndiye alikuwa nchi gani in Africa akawaambia ati kuingia Kenya is free visa, hakuna habari ya visa, unaingia tu free. How comes that he turns around and tell other people now they have to pay for all these everything that you are carrying, and also like you are paying for your visa to enter in your country? But the other side, he said they are free to come in Kenya free. Africans should come home free, visa free. What is changing? Yes, Bernard, you have commented, somebody, one boy there said about Christmas. You cannot treat people Christmas with misery. You cannot bring other expenses on top of what people don't have, and they are trying to make it up. They are trying to catch up with the problems that they are facing, and yet you want to press them with other charges, which does not make sense at all. Mtu ambaye anatoka pahali popote anatoka, anaelekea nyumbani, anaendaka kupata furaha, kwa sababu labda pahali ametoka amekuwa homesick all this time, and now coming home and coming to meet such kind of charges of nonsense.
Mom, I don't know whether it's my end, but we can't get you clearly. Have you refresh your browser?
Oh, you can hear me?
You are breaking.
It's very clear. I think it's
Oh, it is my end.
Yeah, it's your end. We can hear.
Okay, basi Njiru, kwa heri.
Uko kwa nyungu. Uko kwa nyungu wewe. Uko kwa nyungu.
No, ametoka diaspora virtually.
Sawa sawa. Mami, endelea tafadhali, wachana hao.
Okay, yeah, as I was making my point is that huyu ni mtu ambaye anasema alafu anarudi anameza maneno yake, kwa sababu sisi sasa tunashindwa ni binadamu huyu ama ni kabila gani? You tell other African people they are coming to your country free, and Kenyans you are treating them like they are foreigners. What is all that? So for me, I'm trying to say, as Kenyan with Love said, okay, people wear a boxer, carry your things with the transparent bags so that they can see what you are carrying immediately without even opening the boxes. They can see what you are carrying. So we move home and leave us and go home peacefully. It's ridiculous. When you look at other countries whereby people are welcomed warmly by the country, not even their loved ones, the country itself. Now Kenya has become like it's somewhere you fear to go. And it is your home. You want to go home to see your family, the extended family, the big family that you have left back. And yet now you cannot be let to hug them in happiness. It's like you are looking back, they are following me. They might change their mind and come and start taking my things away. And the charges, as if here we are working, getting double pay. We are not getting double pay. Actually, however, I don't believe that ati kwa vile dola imepanda sisi tuko pahali mzuri. I don't believe it. Simply because now, let's say for example you have a family at home. Kama ulikuwa unatuma 5,000, sasa unatuma 10,000. So still you are being pinched. You, the person being in diaspora, you are still pinched. Kwa sababu vile ulikuwa unatuma mbele, sio vile sasa unatuma. Hata kama vitu dola imepanda, it has not done you a favor. Both of us, we are now being balanced. Na ni vibaya kwa sababu maybe I'm meeting bills here and I'm meeting bills in Kenya. It is not cheap for me. Because I have to send more than I was sending before. Kwa hivyo huyu mtu aache kuona kama watu wamekuwa matajiri kuliko zamani. Watu wako vile vile, lakini unaendelea na kuwanyanyasa hata wale walikuwa wamenyanyasika. That is the problem of this country now. Na hata akijaribu. In fact, there is somebody who said, utatax watu mpaka utakuta kwa hiyo mfuko wao hakuna kitu imetoboka. Utatax nini? What are you going to do? But we are not going to allow that mpaka mfuko yangu ipasuke ndio akute hakuna kitu. What will I be? Mimi nitakuwa nini saa hiyo? Will I be alive? Will I be strong? Will I be able to feed my children? This is where the point is. Na huyu mtu aachane na wananchi. Ivile mambo ilikuwa inaendelea mbeleni, kwani sasa saa hii ndio mlima umekuwa mkubwa? Uhuru was doing very okay. And I don't think anybody has been harassed except those people who are corrupt in the airport, whereby they want to charge you for something, but it was not open like it is now being done. Now it is official, and an official of corruption, and nobody can ask. We can't allow this. You cannot question why they are doing this, because now it's in the books. You know, I remember there was one time I worked with the County Council, and there were these books, receipt books were being produced by the office for the people at the gate. They will be charging people a certain fee. So what they used to do, and it is something that it clicks to me now. I didn't know then because I was very innocent. I didn't know people can do that. A person who is in charge of those receipt books in the office would create equal amount of those receipt books. One is for him and one is for the office. But the person at the gate is being told, first use this one, which was for the person from the office. The officer in the office delegates to the gate man, that you use this receipt book first. Once it is complete, you take this other one. So that means the collection of that book is for the officer in the office. So that money will be put aside. It's for him, not for the office. So if he gets maybe 1,000, and at the end of the day, maybe in the evening, maybe if they are lucky, the office gets maybe 500. And the office is the one which has employed him and is paying a lot of bills, paying salaries for other people. And you see now this guy has sat in the office creating another different receipt book equivalent to the one which is official. Those are those days. And I kind of like recently thought about that, and I said, really, people started corrupting this country long time ago. It's a long time ago. So when you see all this happening in airport, it has been happening before. And I am a victim, for sure. I had one part in my box, something I loved to take home. Na hiyo sufuria waliona ni maridadi sana. Ili cost me 6,000 shillings. And it is not even worth that much where I bought it. Lakini kwa sababu wanaona unaipenda, watakufinya ndio ukitaka kuacha uiache. They benefit from it. But because you love your item that you have carried from where you are coming from, you cough the money. But it is so painful that it's not that you are doing business, it's your own something that you love to take home to your house, that you are being overcharged just because they can see your eyes and your action towards that thing. Then they use that atmosphere, environment to charge you that much. So for now, it is bad because it is official. You cannot run away. And so they will go to an extent of overcharging, because now going to your box to see what you have carried, they see something new. That thing will be put aside so that they can assess how much to. How do they assess at that very time? There are so many people behind me on the queue going home, and they are on the line waiting to be checked like I am being checked. How long does that take? How much time do you have to waste for these people? This is a country now becoming very, very rough and very bad, especially the picture of a country. They are portraying conmanship, stealing, and corruption, and everything bad. So what name are you putting for our country? What are you portraying for other countries to see? Visitors who are coming, you are checking what they have. Especially at this very time of Christmas, people must have gifts for their family. Lakini sasa unataka kuchukua huo usukani, you look always where you can get people, where you can catch them. Always. Unaenda nyumbani kwako, badala ya kufikiria vile nchi itaendelea, you are just thinking where you can catch, where you can charge. Who are you charging? You are charging people who are already been completely worn out with all these problems that they are facing in the country. Na si ati ni watu wengi, safari ni watu wangapi wanakuja? Maybe hundreds. And how many people are in Kenya? Millions. Na labda huyo mtu mmoja anategemewa na familia na marafiki. Na labda amebeba mtu huyu socks, huyu kikombe, huyu saa, huyu, hizo vitu zote unarudi kumcharge. Hata hizo gift zikifika huko si za furaha, ni uchungu mzima. It's terrible the way these things are going. It's getting out of hand. Kenya needs to stand up. Kenya needs to fight for these rights. We cannot live like this. It's too much for us. It's a big burden on us. We cannot allow that my happiness is being taken away, that my people cannot enjoy what I bring. It has to be charged. Then why don't they have them in Kenya? Then we can buy, if that is the case. They are collapsing every business. They are collapsing every factory. They are collapsing everybody who is trying to make it. And then they don't want you to have anything from outside. Where do we go? It's very disturbing. Very disturbing. So what are we going to do, Kenyans? Let's have one thing in common to fight this out. We cannot allow this. We can even erupt when we are in the airport. We erupt and start shouting and refuse. You cannot charge me for something that is just an item for my child, for my mom, for my brother. You just charge aimlessly. You don't know even if it was bought by a friend of mine, take to your family. Alafu inakuwa ni balaa kwangu. Ni shida. Nakuja kuchajiwa pesa. That gift that I have should be taken seriously, that it's a gift for a family. Because they know you don't, that's where you belong, that country. And you are coming from outside. What do they expect? What do they expect? Do they expect you just stand up, get in the plane, and go home? That's weird and ridiculous. If people can be charged for something for their family, you are not doing business. Now they have collapsed the business of importing, because now I understand that if you go out to bring things in the country, it's so much exorbitantly charged. Huwezi hata kupata profit. Hiyo ni kazi gani? Alafu sasa wakisikia, it's like they are hampering. People should not have anything, should not eat anything good, should not have any happiness, should not even roam around. They should be in the house, incubated, stay there, don't move around. That's the way. Lakini watu wengine waliambiwa wakuje free visa. Sijui kama walikuja ama walienda. So for me, guys, Kenyans, we are in a terrible ship. It's a very bad and very shameful for me to stand there. Mtu ana sakanya vitu zangu kwa sanduku, alafu anaona my whatever private things that I am carrying ati kwa sababu nisivukishe kitu. It's very bad and very sad for a country like Kenya. Kenya now it's a laughing stock. Honestly, I understand that and I have heard that. It's true. Watu wanatuuliza wewe ni kutoka wapi? You say you are from Kenya, and they start now giving the story, narrating. Unasikia kweli kabisa, utaki hata hiyo mazungumzo, unataka kuondoka because you are not part of that. It is being done by people who have no shame. Mimi nitafikisha hapo, lakini nawaambia wa Kenya, let's erupt. Let's not let this thing continue. We cannot allow this. We work so hard wherever we are, and we want to have something. We have not, somebody is not in Kenya, is trying to have something to bring unification between you and your friend, between you and your family. So you bring them something to make them happy and see that really you had not forgotten them. But now it's being shredded. That happiness is being taken away by somebody who doesn't know the sweetness of a relationship, of a family. Asanteni sana wa Kenya, lakini tujaribu, tufikirie mambo mingi kuhusu nchi yetu. I love my country so much. Kenya is my country. And I always feel good when I carry gifts for my friends, for my family. And they might not be less than the people I know. It will not be a little amount of gifts. And those gifts are not I'm not selling. I'm making people feel that I appreciate them and I remember them all the time. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Vipi mkubwa? Bwana Jakaya Kikwete, how are you?
Mimi nimenyamaza na ngoja time yangu, sijui Lala ameenda wapi.
Yeah, sure.
Wewe ndio king wetu hapo bwana.
That is good, eh? Umeamua kupromote mimi kabisa. Allow me react to what Kenyan maandamano amesema. Unajua at times mtu akisema kitu ni vizuri also to react. Let me react, then I give you time before you go for your date. Number one, tumesikia hiyo mambo inatendeka airport. Those are unexplainable things. Kenya is not only the airport we have in the world. Na some of us hata tukua tunakuja Nairobi, we will pass even 2 airports, and we don't meet that shenanigans. Even in Kabul, Afghanistan, sijaona hivyo. So it's just crazy. Whatever is happening is not even happening in Haiti, one of the worst countries in the Western Hemisphere, as they say. That is according to the description of the West. I don't know how true it is, but even in Haiti, it is not happening that way. Even in Tuvalu, it is not happening that way. Yeah, so na Kenyan with love, kuna kitu unasema ati Kenya bans. Hebu niweke hiyo kitu hapo. Kuna hiyo kitu natuwekea hapo, sijui Kenya bans. Hebu weka hapo. I want to comment about that thing. Kenya something. Kenya bans sijui export of. There is something I want to ask. You know, what is Kenya? That is not Kenya which has banned. We have to start calling things as they are.
Ni gani ni ya avocado?
Hiyo ya avocado, hebu iweke hapo.
Okay,
is it Kenya or Ruto administration? You know, we have to start. Kenya is me. Kenya is you. When even media print start writing Kenya, that is not Kenya. Ruto is not Kenya. And your Kenya bans. Do you believe it is Kenya banning? Ruto is not our representative to some of us. You know, this is what happens. That is an administration. And I think we need to explain some things here in politics. There is a country, there is a regime, and there is an administration. What happens is that an administration, like Ruto administration, Raila administration, Uhuru administration, can bring policies. They can say we are going to do this. That is not Kenya. It is an administration which is trying to enforce. Because if that administration changes, you can reverse those policies. So it is not Kenya. It is not Kenya doing these things. Kenya has its right methodologies functioning. Whatever Ruto is doing it, that is not Kenya. Na nataka kukonfirmia watu hapa. Ile mambo yote Ruto anafanya, hiyo sio Kenya. Hiyo ni vitu ingine. And that is why, like, even in the US, you hear Trump administration, Bush administration, and immediately another administration comes, they can even undo some of the things they think that administration did right. So, intermittently, we can say Ruto has made a policy which does not represent Kenya, and that policy in the future will be undone. That is not Kenya. So I think history, sometimes where we are unable to differentiate between a country and an administration, I think it is very wrong.
Can I ask you a question? Isn't this the same person mwenye aliambia watu wa Rift Valley waache kupanda mahindi wapande avocado?
I don't even want to go to this because, you know, there is nothing for Ruto which can work. And I want to tell you, hatujaona bando, this is just a tip of the iceberg. Things are going to roll over. It is beyond recovery. Sababu unajua what is happening here is chaos within an administration. Sasa sijui kama mumesikia already kuna, I don't know, nika clip niliona kamepita Twitter, and I think you need to play it here. I think it was in our group. Very good. Huyo mama anaitwa Aoko alisema ati mshahara yake ilikuwa budgeted 3 times, and she has been asking the reason why mshahara yake imekuwa budgeted 3 times and she has not gotten an answer up to that. Ni huyo mama wa control of budget, ama anaitwa nani huyo mama. She was saying that Kenyans are being paid, there are some Kenyans who are being paid 3 or 4 times now as we speak. Like, budget is being exploded by design. Budget inakuwa exploded. Now that is the country which we are having. And now, that is the administration which we are saying they can even institute a handshake. Ama ati hata tunaenda kusaidiana na wao. That's why I'm saying, saa zingine hata kukaribia hao watu ni kama kukaribia kinyesi. In fact, hata baba hafai kukua akionekana pahali na Ruto, hata kusalimia yeye, he should not. These are thinking people. Thinking. You cannot have these people because watu ile kitu they are doing to our beloved nation. It will take a diligent, critical thinker to undo these things. They can be undone, but we will need a man and a half now. The trajectory is not good. The trajectory is so bad. So ile kitu Kenyan with Love najaribu kusema is very simple. We have to get rid of Zakayo mapema sasa. Unajua saa zingine, let me tell you, hata Mswahili alisema usipojenga ufa utajenga ukuta. It is that simple. It is, we either agree we want to build some patches of the things which have been destroyed, or we give time and we rebuild our nation again. Those are the two options we have. So it's simple. Our country is being destroyed by somebody in the name of Bwana Yesu asifiwe, in the name of nitawapanga, in the name of lies. There is so much going wrong. There is nothing which is uniting Kenyans apart from misery. Things can be undone. Iwezekani ati, I have ever heard of countries which they have gotten rid of their prime ministers. People get rid of their president. I have heard of countries which have gotten rid of their administrators. Kwani Kenya ni nini? Hauwezi toa mtu, lazima mtu awanyonge, awakunywe hewa, awafanyie nini? What is wrong with this nation? Ati mtu akikalia kiti amekalia kiti. It's boring. It's boring. It's boring. We should not even be coming to talk of this stupidity here. Huyu jamaa anakasirisha bana. This guy anakasirisha watu excess. Ati hawezi toka nini? Sasa unasikia sasa zile vitu anafanyia watu hapo. And then this is the person ati kila saa tunakuwa na press conference watu waongee. People to speak what? I want to tell you, some of us we feel as if ni kama tumedungwa shindano. We feel that guy should be out. Huyo mtu you cannot even negotiate with him. Huyo jamaa bwana atolewe bwana. We have to think as Kenyans na tutoe huyo jamaa. He cannot continue to be there. There is no in which huyo jamaa tu, we want to, this guy ajielewi, he doesn't understand himself, and we are busy saying yeah, everything it is clear that dola ifanye sijui nini ifanye, alafu na watu kama hawana mtu, watu when things are not working, watu wanatoa mtu. Kwani shida ya Kenya ni nini? Ati Kenya ndio tu lazima tu ati mtu amalize miaka yake. What is that? That is stupidity bana. Lazima tutoke kwa hiyo kakuni bana. People should even get out of power even in 1 week if they cannot. But this idea kusema ati mtu lazima akae hapo, mtu tu anawasumbua, hakuna kitu anafanya, the guy is so stressed. Wengine wetu hata tumeanzia kuomba maombi ingine bwana. Tumeanzia kuambia Mungu fanya jambo. God do something. If Kenyans cannot do something, we are tired bwana. God do something. Shamba ni yako, unajuanga ile unakata, you can do it God.
Mr. Chair, I got your video ready. I feel your pain. I really feel it. I got your video. Do you want me to play it before you bring the next person?
Fanya bana, mimi nimeboeka bana. I don't even want to talk.
I can feel you, man. I think all Kenyans are feeling the same way. This is just becoming stupidity. But anyways, I think the video that Mr. Chair is asking for is this video right here, which is really, yeah, people knew about it, but again, it's so sad when you have the control of the budget actually coming to say it. So, Mr. Chair, there's your video right here.
Exaggerations are in the National Treasury. And let me just give one example. When I was doing the budget for Consolidated Fund Services, this is where my salary is paid from. I found out that my salary was budgeted at 3 times what I'm paid. I am the only state officer in my institution. So there's nothing like confusion there. I'm all alone. So I asked them, why is the budget showing 3 times what my annual salary is? And it was like that for all the state officers.
What was the answer, madam?
Chairman, I have not received the answer to date.
Mr. Chair, what really hurts me is the people laughing like it's a laughing matter behind her, regardless where they are. Like it's just a laughing matter. That hurts me more than what she's saying. But this is another Roslyn Akombe and another Cherera and another, maybe the people who have come out to say things. I mean, the whistleblowers, if you want to call this snow them or whatever they were, the people that actually come and say, who anasema ya mshahara yake inalipwa mara tatu. And somebody is out there going to pay VAT every day. And now you're talking about $500. I mean, Suge Kata 5,000. At least most of us don't even. I mean, when you look at these things,
Yeah.
and at the same time, Zero. That's why I was trying to put this. I'm sorry, my brother and Mr. Chair. That's why I was trying to put hizo vitu naekaeka hapo hivyo. So hata Masai Mara imepanda wanapandisha. I was putting the chat out there. Sijui kama kuna mtu take time to watch it. I mean kuangalia hizo overlay naeka. Masai Mara imepanda. Okay, sisi tunacha watu wa nje mnaambiwa mpandishe sijui nini, mlipe sijui whatever. I don't know, mnataka tukuje nyumbani tukiwa na boxers ama whatever. Okay, tena sijui. I mean, kwani Uhuru used Njiru, kwani Uhuru alikuwa akona pesa inatoshanaje yenye alikuwa anafanya akiwa peke yake hivyo, like hakuwa anatusumbua, hajaisumbua mtu ama Moi ama what is it? Kwani dynasty, maybe then we need to have dynasty ruling us for the rest of our lives then, because if they make it easier for us then, kama wanatumianga pesa yao, hii ingine imetoka wapi?
Okay, Kenyan with love. I want to add something. Mimi unajua sauti yangu inaenda ikipotea because some of us we come here and we show a lot of strength when we are speaking here, but the amount of pain which is happening in us. Na musifikirie bana, sisi ati ni wenda wazimu. We just come here to pour propaganda. We can see things. Saa zingine unaona zile vitu inatendeka kwa nchi yako, unasikia kulia, and in the name ati huyo mtu hawezi toka hapo, ati he has to stay there, akiwaharibu, akiwanyanyasa, akifanya nini. It's so painful. So kama sasa hiyo story tunaongea sasa, story ya 500, just I want to ask you a question. Any person who is coming from the foreign land who doesn't have $500, any person, like for example, you have been in Dubai, you have been in the US, you have been in Kabul, you have been in China. How come unaweza kuwa una $500 kwa mfuko and most of na ukuja ati kila mwezi? In other words, what they are just telling people in a nutshell, we want to tax everyone traveling. That is the meaning. Many of us who travel, what to travel monthly, people pile their money so that they can come. So in other words, they are saying they want to tax you. So it's like kind of he doesn't want people, and some of this money which people bring to the country, actually they are coming to invest, so that actually some of the things they are actually doing, they are still taxed. You also need to understand that some of the people who work in foreign land, they also pay taxes there. Ushalipa kodi huko, ushalipa, you have been, and I think Bwana Kenyan with love, you people, you need to start telling these people, some of these people, you pay federal tax and you also pay the other tax, like for the people who live in the state. So ushalipa tax, hata wale
federal and state.
Yeah, the state, yeah. You pay two types of taxes. Then alafu sasa pia nao Kenya ndio hao wanataka kuweka shoka ingine. It doesn't make sense. And yet people can still wake up, take a cup of tea, and they continue with the business as usual. Sisi tumerogwa bana. Tumerogwa. Any person, we cannot be waking up in such a country. We are bewitched. We are bewitched. It's impossible.
Ndio hiyo form nimeweka hapo. That's the form that you have to fill, my friend. I zoomed it in so that you can see whatever it's saying. Watu wajisomee.
Let people riot in the airports. Watu wapewe hiyo hizi form kwa ndege na wazirarue. We have to start doing those things now. Tuanzie kuchukua sasa sheria mikononi yetu. Hebu nikuulize, watu ndege mzimu wakirarua watafanywa nini? Mtafanywa nini? This is injustice. Where is the law which support this? Where is the act of parliament supporting this? This one is action by one human being who want to extort people from all corners. Bwana, vitu zingine bwana, hata sisi wa Kenya tumeanzia kukua mafala bwana. We have to start now working in unison. Hizo ndege track road nini, people, not everything ukiambua mufanye. Wale watu walikuwa wanataka, if Miguna could be able to resist the government alone, how comes a track road ya ndege mzima hawataki kuresist hii mambo? We have to start resisting these things now. Shida ni watu wakianzia kuresist mtu moja moja. Let's start now resisting these things as in uniform. Now itabidi tuanzie kutafuta barabara za kujisaidia sasa.
Now, the funny thing, so that pia watu wengine wachangie, lakini the funny thing is that look at this thing. It says spirits and nanini. These things I thought we buy them at the airport, which are duty free wherever you go in the whole world. Kama watu waja travel, I mean, whenever I go to France and nikifika mahali na kwa duty free. So anything that you buy from the airport, kama nikisimama my layoff is in France or in Germany, whatever I buy from the airport is duty free. I'm not supposed to be taxed on it. Now, why are you taxing me with my spirits, cigarettes? Look at this thing. Look at it very well. And no, so I'm going to buy something duty free from another country that I don't even have a visa to get in because it's just a layoff. And then when I get to Kenya, now you want to tax me. Why are you even selling duty-free stuff when you're, I mean, in that Kenyan, in that, are you looking at the big picture of this thing? Kwa nini tunafanya vitu, I mean, duty-free in the airport if I'm coming to get taxed from something that I bought duty-free, because obviously where I'm living from, hata niacha nitoke na vitu zangu nimenunua kwa malika store zangu ama whatever I'm doing na masigara zangu whatever, they won't let me even buy that. They have to tell me, if you're gonna travel with them, you buy them from the duty-free shops, which already ushapitia ATC. Njiru, countries zingine zinaangalia ATC, air traffic control, wanaangalia drugs na nini, illegal things. Nyinyi mnaangalia maboxa za watu, mnataka ati kitu yote iko 500. Mimi nikikuja na suitcase, Njiru, how much is your suitcase ukipanga nguo zako? Wacheni ujinga, hata pia mimi nimejam leo. Na mimi ndo wagasazini natetea. Nimejam hata mimi.
Let me tell you, this trajectory, hatuwezi kuwa tunaongozwa kama mbuzi bwana. Itabidi tufike a place whereby we will now start revoting these things. Watu hata wanaandika, we have to start. Ako wapi Lala bwana? Lala bwana, you have to start now doing now some more conventional works now, man. To start, and these things need to be, these things are not even happening anywhere. Hata wa Marekani wenyewe sijaiona wanafanya vitu kama hii, sijui maform nini, pesa. You see, let me tell you what they are doing. This is insecurity they are introducing in our country. Umeingia pale airport, au majamaa washajua uko na pesa ngapi, hata utafika nayo nyumbani. I'm telling you, this is insecurity in design. Uko na $10,000, wanasema huyo, mfuate huyo. My friend, you will be shocked unafuatwa na watu wa bunduki bwana. This is insecurity in droves. I'm telling you, we are na sijui public participation. Hebu kuja utetee sasa hii security yako. Unasemanga ati security yako unasemanga ati Kenya is a very secure. You are joking. Let me tell you, we are in another planet. Whatever we are talking about here is not even happening in Somalia. It's not happening in Somalia. To go. We carry money. We carry stuff. We carry stuff. Let's stop joking bana. Huyu jamaa kuna venye ameanzia kutuchukua watoto bana. Let me tell you, Kenyan with love, according to Zakayo, wewe ni mtoto. You don't have a head, you don't think. Anakuja, anaweka kitu, nawe kazi yako ni kusema amen na tuendelee. That is the level tuko sasa. And the day when we will realize that as Azimio, that hawa ni watu wa kusukuma vizuri, we should be showing them more that than we are showing them. Kwanza, we need to withdraw kwa hizo matalks, hizo ni takataka. Why should we be talking with the people who are bringing havoc to Kenya? Tuachane na hiyo talk, ni takataka. Kuenda State House, hiyo ni takataka. Kufanya anything na watu, hiyo ni takataka. That is stupidity.
Sasa wewe unaniambia hivyo, mi nilijua kitambo sana hii kitu. Unajua aliniita takataka kitambo sana, unajua, cause he doesn't think I have the mind of thinking to myself. Havana hawezi, na anasema havana, hata sijui amjui ambio mtu malipi na kuaga what letter of the nini inaitagwa pi havana, ati havana hamwezi fanya biashara hivi. Biashara gani hii unatuambia? You're telling us to follow your ways. It's so sad when you have a public servant that really thinks everybody else is stupid, and it's gotten so bad that even the Njiru, I know you don't like this guy. Wacha nikuchokoze. I know you don't like Mutua, but you've gotten to a point where even Mutua is telling you where he ujinga bwana. But I know why he's doing that. But just look at him as the person that he is, as a CS, that is just telling you, where. And he goes on national TV and says, hapana hapa sasa hapa tumeanza kuruka boda. Assuming yes, Mutua was in what I know you don't. Anyway, hiyo ni story ndefu. Hatutaingia hapo. But even if even your own CSs are starting to tell you that, dude, you're messing up here, unaanza kumess up, and they're there. Wamatangi now is there. You see, Simbarati wenye walikuwa wamenyamaza wako wanasumbuliwa na mtu, they are there. Nani mwingine niambie, nani mwenye ako hizi isipokuwa Cheralgei na ujinga yake huko ndani ya nini? But some of them are even going wrong. You understand? At that point now, as a leader, if you wanted to be a leader, sometimes you listen to people, even the people that are not even on your side. You start listening to them, because once you become a leader, you become a leader of everybody. And let me tell you, Njiru, I want to thank the Kikuyu family here. You guys gave us a good leader. One man called Uhuru Kenyatta. That man was a leader. First time, aliumizwa, aliumwa, and he came to the truth, ikaonekana. Second time, akaamua kukaa kaa yeye. Inamuuma hadi wa leo, lakini bado ako sawa.
Kenyan with love,
Yes,
a moment. Unaona, tunasemanga in examination, the first answer is always correct. Wakati uko kwa mtihani, ile kitu umefikiria kwanza ndio ukweli. I want to tell you, our first thinking ile tulikuwa tunasema watu wajitawale sasa. We are being mismanaged sasa. Tukate Kenya bwana. That is the solution now. Kama huyu jamaa hawezi toka within the next 1 or 2 years, hawezi toka, wacha tukate Kenya bwana. Wakuwa nalipa na huko Eldoret waingie huko Eldoret airport walipie na huko. Sisi watu wachie Nairobi yetu, tutumie Nairobi yetu vile tunataka. We cannot continue this way. We are not agreeing. Wacha tukate inchi, wakulipa walikuwa nalipa pande yao, sisi wengine tukue hii pande yetu. Wacha tukate inchi. I want to tell you here, Kenyan with love, I will tell you, the first thinking is always correct. Cessation na kujitawala is the solution.
Imekuwa ngumu. Huyu jamaa he is pushing too much, and then he's on a unajua watu wengi, and I want people to listen to this, what I'm trying to say and what Njiru is also trying to say. Unajua jamaa ako on a spree of trying to legitimize himself. So hata ukiona kina King Charles wamekuja, unaona aliwa invite nini, okay, there's a land issue that inakuja, we already know that insider. But the thing is that he is not in a fight like Uhuru, you know, at Uhuru, even though hatukukubali ile ya kwanza, lakini at that time he had nothing to fight about, because at some point hata kama ilikuwa noma, the guy was actually working. So unaona mtu ana work. This guy, this all taxes that we've seen, what have you seen? Isipokuwa kuambiwa tumeweka, tumefanya, nini, tume. What is it? And I've asked people continuously in this channel, including Njiru, give me one thing, give me one project. One. I mean, I don't know. As a Kenyan citizen, I deserve to just have one project that you can tell me. One project that Ruto has done that we can see. Other than telling us, tutafanya, give me time, give me time. Give you time for what? How many? Kwanza, do your bags be checked when you come back to Kenya? Now that you're telling people their bags have to be checked. Of course, you go through the VIP and no one is going to check your bag. Do we know what you brought for your Mama Smokey? So you're so big, but we never had this problem since independence. You understand, Njiru? Haron, hebu kuja hapa hivi. I need to have a discussion with you. Haron, come, I can see you. Na mtu mwenye anataka kuingia tumeweka ni link hapo hivyo. Tafadhali ingieni, msituache hapa na Njiru. Public sijui, public alikuwa we know public, are you there? Hebu ingieni, link ndo hiyo hapo hivyo. Mkuje na tuonge ukweli na mwachange kujifanya ati sijui mko poa. Mimi nimejam. Like Njiru says, ukijamu umejam. Hii ni utoto. We can't do it. Kenyans, we can't. Mama mboga analia. Yaani hata mtu wako diaspora analia. Na bado mnadhani mko na president. Jesus Christ. Na bado mko na constitution. Tuko na constitution. We did our best. I mean, we've sabotaged that dollar. Hiyo tulisema tutasabotage anyway. Poleni. Sorry guys. Tulisabotage hiyo. Na bado tunaipandisha. Leo nimeona iko 153. Yesterday was at 150. Wave. Yeah. Hatutumi hata pesa kwa mama zetu. Tunawaambia tumieni yenye huko. Na huyu the controller alituuza. Katuambia tunatumia South Africa. Atafanya hata tuanze kutaksiwa pia hiyo side. Since independence, which president has ever come up with something about taxing people's luggage? You know, at the risk of Njiru, are you there? Because I don't want to go too much because you're the chair. Thank you. Njiru, at the risk of looking as to maybe akona pesa, you know we don't have it. And you know how much we go through. At the risk of doing that, do Kenyans understand what $500 is? Do you know that you cannot fill your suitcase with $500 if you live in the US?
It's something meager. It's something meager. Call it. It's a meager income.
How much will it take to get into your suitcase for you to have spent $500? I mean, what? Give me commodities that if you have a suitcase, ndio ifike $500.
Unajua, even these days we even have inflation. Hata kama ni nguo unanunua.
Njiru, you know what I'm asking.
Ni sawa.
Suitcase yako nikikupatia $500 unaweza nini ndani?
Ai bana, hiyo tu ni itakuwa tu ni a corner, to be a corner.
Nini unaweza? Just give me a couple of commodities.
Mostly like we do clothes. Most of the time we do clothes and small things here and there. So I want to say like items are variable. Saa zingine there are some small. Kuna vitu electronics kidogo unaweka huko. These small things. saa zingine uko na simu.
Njiru, shati ngapi na trau ngapi unaweza weka kwa suitcase yako ifike 500?
I want to tell you I need more than that. Depending na pale ulinunua, the truth of the matter is that 500 is like ni trouser kama 5 zikiwa mingi sana.
Hizo ni trouser peke yake na bado hujaweka shati.
Uweke it's something very small. For real. You can't that's why even you can't afford to travel occasionally, because you need to assemble money so that you can be able to go home with some stuff. But 500, ndio nimesema $500 ile kitu iko ni you want to tax everyone, because there's no any traveler who will not have items worth 500.
Na simu yako?
Simu is actually bigger than that, because simu inategemea ni type gani. Kama wewe ni mtu ya Apple kama mimi
due diligence anatuambia tuende dollar store sasa tukianza kuenda Kenya.
No, so
computer?
Sasa kama wewe unatumia laptop ambayo iko na ma GPU kama mimi I'm dead. So that's what I
Let me give you a good example. Let me give you a good a funny story. Njiru, I'll just give you a good this is just a story so that people understand how the ikitu venye iko. When the last time I was in Kenya, which is a year ago, we were traveling to Watamu and we wanted to use the SGR because I was very curious on this SGR thing. And so I managed to convince my mom, my sister, my brother to go with the SGR. And yeah, tukadropiwa Uber, whatever. Then we got to the SGR. And these guys, I could have used another name if it was just me and you, Jiru, but these guys got into my backpack and wakona perfume. It's not even an expensive perfume, it's Ace. Kitu ya ujinga. Wakaiona, you can use it. So my sister, with who she is, they say they are gonna confiscate it. Akatoa hiyo perfume akaniambia, hii ndio wako na shida nayo kwa bag yako, because it was a small backpack. Nilikuwa nimebeba tu trau mbili. I mean, we're just going to Watamu, so what? I'll buy nini inaitwaje, I'll buy inaitwaje shorts in huko. And my sister, I was looking at her and thinking she's crazy. She went and took the whole perfume, the spray, sprayed it all over the fence huko mpaka ikaisha, alafu akawapatia chupa empty. And I was like, man, I have a crazy sister. But now I understand what she was doing. Because if we would have left that perfume there, they would have taken it. So now let me ask you a question, both because now Lala, you're back. If I have something that is worth 500 USD, assuming I get some Jordans, you know how much Jordans cost? And that is my only thing on the suitcase. And I go there. And maybe I get there because I don't have the dollars. Because remember, by the time you've traveled a lot, by the time you're getting off the flight to go to exchange your money, there's a distance you have to have cleared immigration and everything. You start seeing the vibandas there where they're telling you, oh, tuko na better rate and all that. So at that time, you don't have it. So anyways, they're going to take it at that point. You know, you cannot backtrack and go back to that area to go say, okay, now I have the money, here we go, right? Even if you have your credit card or your debit card, there's nothing, it's already gone. where is that going? They've already confiscated it, and who's gonna get that thing that is that item? Assuming, let's say, is a TV that you could fit in your whatever. Who's gonna get it? Because it's already confiscated. You know, ukishapita hiyo security system, you can never go back. It's already gone. So who's going to get it? You see the problem there? Maybe Lala, you can say it. You've traveled. I've traveled. I've had problems in it's just that mimi na mdomo yangu naenda huko najifanya mimi ni Mkenya. Nini? These problems have been there. We've been having these problems. I don't know why people are thinking that they're just starting right now. One time mtu aliniambia, let me open your back. Wewe wacha ujinga, unataka ngapi? But because I can still speak my, lingo of Kenya, I can get away because we wacha ujinga bwana, we niaje, we cheze kaa wewe buda. I can still do that. But how about the people that cannot do that? How about the kids that have been born outside the country that don't even know English, but they're actually I don't know Swahili, but they're actually born of parents that come from that country. So how about that? How about our tourists that don't know that you can just say, we mzae ni aje, we wacha hizi vitu, unataka ngapi, utakula ngapi, by the way. How about the people that don't know that? What is it? And telling someone 500 Lala as you come in, and according to our chair, both of you, $500. What is that in your suitcase? Your suitcase is already 500.
Kenyan with love, kuna kitu nataka kukuambia. Already unaona vile polisi wanatusumbuanga. Tujaribu to try to enforce something small kwa raia. Unaona kila kitu lazima polisi anataka kukula. Akiona yani they want kukula. So what is happening sasa hapa airport is another tunnel ya kukula inacreatiwa, nothing else. So what Zakayo is saying is that he has legalized corruption in our country because many people will want to get off the hook. Saa zingine unaona uko na vitu ya pesa mingi, so the easy thing to do ni kuambia masoja, wewe unajua ni aje, shika hii 10,000 wachana na mimi. But I get your situation where you are saying like there are people who are not wired that way. There are people who cannot do corruption. So it means that already now those people will be in stress, their things will be confiscated, vitu zao zitaenda. So na kuna watu watakuwa wanajisaidia na vitu zao. So kuna mtu atakuwa naye kwa airport, kazi yake ni kungojea vitu za Marekani. Ngojea viatu za kuna watu wanafungua maduka bana. Sasa hii I want to tell you. Nakwambia boutique zitafunguliwa inaitwa nini like Rudhuri Avenue. I want to tell you hiyo ni stock ya Rudhuri Avenue inatafutwa. So somebody want to become now a supplier of Rudhuri Avenue. Wama TV set na nini na some of the things which na masimu. I want to tell you now, diaspora is now the new supplier and agents ambao watakuwa wanaleta hizo vitu. So hizo vitu zote zitakuwa collected, zinaenda kuuziwa wa Kenya. It is unfortunate we will reach that level.
And Njiru and Lala, let's be realistic. Hold on. Let me do something dramatic here that I've never done. Please allow me. You see this jacket?
Mbona isikue illegal tufungiwe nini station, unajua?
You see this jacket? This jacket is worth 200, right?
Mm-hmm.
My phone, which is Android, not even iPhone. My phone is
250.
250.
Yeah.
So where am I at?
Sasa uko 450, umebakisha finje. Sasa finje ni ya nguo ya ndani, story imeisha.
Na trao na viatu. Na boxer. Na suitcase yenye na travel nayo.
Hebu sikiza.
Cheni mchezo bwana.
Nilipewa a gift, a present, scarf tu kadogo hivi ka Brook Bros. And if you go to the store, you check online, it's almost like $800. A scarf. It's actually over $800. Okay, I was given for free. So how will I convince them that I didn't pay that amount of money at the airport? It's these people are jokers. But I think Kenyans knew what they were getting into. These guys were never meant to rule anybody. They don't have the capacity. It's a moral decay that we've allowed to eat into the young nation's future. Our future's gone. Watu wamesoma lakini wana behave. I'm telling you, yule mtu akwenda shule angefanya kazi nzuri kushinda hawa watu. Kama na grace of God kidogo, will at least have a capacity hapa to think. Manake vile naona wanafanya is really sad. In fact, the professor was talking, I think they played a clip from Germany, stated that this, it is not Mavoko, but where this dismantling of houses in Mavoko, that many of those people, many of those houses were built by diaspora money. Yani, you work so hard, you trust your brothers and sisters to help you out there, your nation to help you invest that money. And many of them, he was saying basically many of them are diaspora, people that are struggling out here. And their houses are now being knocked down. He was saying basically many of them are diaspora, people that are struggling out here. And their houses are, yeah, it is you and me struggling who could afford to pay for those houses, okay? And you are trusting your country to help you identify the best places to invest. And of course, you find land and you build, and then sooner or later, that building is no good. Somebody's coming to knock it down. And that's the mindset of leaders that we have. They don't care about the future of the nation. All their interest is about themselves. They're like sadists, okay? And the point I wanted to make also here is that, you see, before, when Uhuru was leaving, Kenyans already had identified the problem that they had, okay? First of all, they knew that Ruto was a problem to Uhuru, and that's why things were not going on well. So Kenyans actually knew where they wanted to go, and that was to get rid of tribalism and corruption. And so a lot of people went to vote thinking that things would get better after Uhuru. But then what we have now is the institutionalization of theft and corruption. In other words, the very thing that move people to vote is the very thing that even those who are lied to by Ruto, some of them just foolishly believed it's going to create a very free and good, a godly. They use those words godly because a lot of church members, they just listen to their pastors. The pastor given a Pajero, a vehicle, and so the pastor is supposed to be truthful. Therefore, everything going on must be truthful. Must be good, must be godly. So Kenyans believed that with Ruto leaving would give us a clean government, while the others believe with Ruto coming in would give us a good governance. Okay? So there's no doubt people wanted a working government. But what they got is exactly the opposite. So what we are saying now is that corruption has been institutionalized, tribalism is being institutionalized. You don't have to be afraid anymore to be corrupt or to be a tribalist. It's actually a badge of honor to have those virtues. So really, we are in a worse space. So when they collect our taxes, did you see the clip by the what is she the budget director of budget?
Lala, if you allow me, can you look at your comment section of what karaoke is telling you?
Okay, let me see here.
Come out. He's telling you that he was given a 5-year anniversary watch of his hard work at work, and now he can never bring it to Kenya.
Mwambie hiyo hang Marekani sasa. Hiyo hang Marekani. Angoje tu mapinduzi. He will never bring it asipoteze matumaini. In 1 or 2 years it will be done.
Yeah. And this is supposed to be a civilized. I mean, we are worse than Moi's time. I'm telling you. Moi was not like this. He was brutal, was bad, but Moi had certain dignity about him. Some things he couldn't do. First of all, he had to change the constitution to at least give him the authority to do what he was doing, authorize him to do what he was doing. But these are just majambazi. That's the word. Hawa ni majambazi. So it's a shame that we are in this situation. So at the end of the day, we gotta get rid of this guy. My fear is that some of us are becoming a little bit complacent and more comfortable being, run over by these bulldozers, which are not bulldozers. These are small little things that we should be able to handle very well. So that's my contribution, guys. Back to you guys. Yeah, maybe you could play that the director of budget, the lady.
Itachezwa. Lala, kuna kitu nataka kukuuliza. 1 minute.
I can play it for him if he wants it.
Okay, 1 minute kabla umchezee. Nilikuwa nikitaka kukuuliza. Lala, unajua kuna jamaa amenionyesha gogos ya $600. Gogos So I was surprised. Ya kuna gogos ya $600 and above. Sasa hata hiyo ukikuja umevaa ni kutoa na kulipia.
Unaona hii? Ruto I'm not bringing it to Kenya.
Yako ni expensive, mine is at least yangu at least ni cheaper bwana, yangu ni 300. Nimebakisha so mbili.
Mimi ni mchungaji napewa. Sasa nikipewa wataona jina lake alafu watasema ni kuna pesa nyingi na sina pesa.
Actually, I did not know that kuna gogos ya $600. Nilioneshwa na mtu siku ingine nikashangaa. Hey.
Everything.
Kwanza Lala amenichapa. Unajua mimi nilikuwa dhani mimi ndio niko na expensive cause yangu ni transitional. Unajua kukiwa na light inazima. Kukiwa kama hakuna light inafunguka. Kumbe yako ni 600, mimi yangu ni 300 wa jameni. Seriously, nimebakisha 200. Zero. Naingia Kenya na nini?
Well, hiyo tu unaweka tu kwa anyway, I think it is like a way of people declaring wealth, lakini hata hii declare wealth manze. Mbona parliamentarians hata wenyewe wa declare, people are not declaring. So it's rotten. It's a rotten system.
Oh, you know very well Kenya, you know, how to lipa anything. They want to collect. You want to bring them the money. That's why you know.
But Lala, there is a question I'm asking here. What if sasa, because hao watu watakuwa wana confiscate vitu airport. Let's agree on that. Watu watapokonywa vitu. Watu wamepokonywa vitu, hizo vitu watapeleka wapi?
Even now, I've lost a suitcase at JK airport. In fact, when I landed in Cleveland, the one got lost, and I told them where it got lost, they said they have a lot of such theft in Nairobi airport. It's known, unless things have changed. Nairobi is known. You talk to any airline, anybody working in that industry will tell you. When about 2 months ago, I came in at the airport, and they detained me there. I was getting the flight to Kisumu. I missed my flight. Same thing, asking me to go and change the money because I didn't have cash in my pocket, so they had to leave my stuff at that custom and then go look for money to come and see my stuff. And then by the time I got out of the airport, the plane was gone. I had to buy another ticket to Kisumu because it was those cheap tickets. I missed my flight. Yeah, that's Kenya. That's Kenya, and they expect. At least I agree with the Mutua. You know what he's saying about the tourists and how we treat people. You know? And perception is worse than reality. If you perceive to be corrupt, if things are going to get lost, nobody wants to come. Because a lot of time people come into Africa, they ask people, have you been there? Or have you been to Kenya? And it is a reputation of a country based on experiences. That's what allow people to come. But now, always people will tell you, to be careful or go to Tanzania and see the animal. You can see them from Tanzania. You'll be fine. You don't have to come to Kenya. And of course, Uganda, even though it has shown problem, but the gorillas are really having a bunch of tourists going out there, because they don't want to go into Congo, but the Ugandan side, there's a lot of tourists getting in there. And Kenyans can always go through Uganda. Mm-hmm.
You know, Lala, I was making fun of that, but can I, with your permission and Mr. Njiru's, Sijui Public and Big J, I don't know if you guys are there. I don't want to jump on your side, but because I'm about to just jump out on the show, Lala.
Yes.
Big J, are you around?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, I'm at work. That's why my camera's not on. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Wetu nakujua, we ni wetu hapa kabisa. I'm gonna be listening to what you're going to say. Public, I think Public was about to sleep. She was going in and out of the sleep. So I'm not worried about that. But Lala, Big J, and our senior, our Nini here. Lala, I want you guys as you're talking, because I'm gonna take a bow a little bit to just go pick up my queen, which is my daughter. That's why normally I'm not here this time, because she has to go, I have to pick her from school. But I wanted to play a video that has been really biting me. And I want you guys, as you're speaking, because I'm gonna be listening on the side, for you guys to tell me if this is actually where we still are at this time of our life and in the 21st century. Please, I'll stay here for 5 minutes because I still have another 5 minutes. And I want to hear, I will not even say anything with the permission of Mr. Chair. Chair, do I have your permission to play this video?
Unajuanga videos override our talk. So can you play uanzie na ile Rara amesema achezewe. Cheza mbili alafu uende.
Hiyo ya Lala nitacheza, nimekiu moja alafu nitachezea Lala baadaye nitakuuliza. I still have maybe enough time. I hope there's no traffic. Here. Are we still here, Kenyans? Whoever is watching us, from all places that you're watching us, are we still here? Are we still there in a more kind of new generational kind of way of where we need to be, or what is happening? Because I remember even the Moi side, there was another video that somebody had sent me and requested me to play and ask people, but I can't find it right now. As Africa and as Kenya, those are
Marcel,
days that passed.
in some ways, we are frozen there. In other ways, we are worse. And the reason is those people we see at that time knew what they wanted. They wanted Mzungu aende. And they were together as Kenyans looking forward to this new place. They wanted what the Mzungu had. They wanted the land back. They were actually in a better place than us. Okay. Now look at where we are. Okay. We are supposed to have done better. We are supposed to have become more understanding, more ethical, more educated, able to do things that we could not do because the white man, we would blame the white man. Looking at us, where we are, the king is coming. All of a sudden, we come together, those who are there, and we are trying to appease this guy who's still supposed to have something for us. He's supposed to be doing stuff for us. I think those people thought we can do things for ourselves. But right now we are thinking of things to be done for us, technology for us. We have not basically done what a true human being, but people called by my name shall humble themselves and seek I will. It's as if we are waiting for either Tupangwe na hao watu or to appease them when they come in here, to make sure that if they are here, then we can be strong as a president. Ruto's looking for their, validation to be a leader. So in my mind, we are worse, than where we were at that time. Okay, because yes, they didn't have enough, but they were ethical. The people knew what they wanted. They loved each other. They took care of each other. That's what I think.
Hapa ndio tuko, Mr. Lala. After how many years? Comical as it might be, hao walikuwa wakidansia wazungu. Ona sasa mali tunadansia. Mr. Njiro, take over your show. Me, I'm taking off for a minute.
Hizi ndizo mazinga umbwe.
Leo tunaingia, mimi natafuta nini Lala, I'm looking for the number of Al-Shabaab wanipelekee vitu zangu Boni Forest tukapatane nao kwa tutaingia Kenya na boxers. Yet in 1964 or 1963 1960s tulikuwa bado tunaimbia wazungu, ndao tunawaita kings.
London is burning fire.
Okay, mimi nimemaliza. Njiru, kazi kwako.
Njiru yuko hapo mama?
Yuko yendo is the moderator.
Yeah, I was saying by the way ni vibaya kidogo Kenyan with
Hello.
Njiru, atukuski. What's happening?
Sauti yake ime I think ana shida fulani.
Njiru, unmute. Ha? Kwani ameumwa? Amekulwa na anasema yeye ndo anaenda kuingia na suitcase mzima Kenya. Njiru, wamekukula hata kabla ufike. No. Njiru, do you want me to try and unmute you? Okay, so he can hear us.
Anakusikia kweli?
Yeah, ameshake nini he said.
Anasema lakini asikiki. Njiru,
ainikubalishi tena, yani he has the rights. Haizi nikubalisha, naweza fanyia mtu mwingine lakini mimi siwezi mfanyia. Njiru, you have to work your thing yourself. It won't let me. As we wait for Njiru to see nini amefanya. Lala, did you want to say something? Because I can see Big J is here. It's been a while.
Contribute. Watch our Zeme.
Big J.
Yes, Mato, Lala.
How you doing, man? It's been a long time. Where have you been hiding at? Umekuwa umejificha hapi ama ndo ulienda kututengenezea cabinet nini budget of how much people are going to be paying and everything. The budget I can see is becoming big. Where have you been, my brother? We missed you a lot.
Niko sitaingia panel lakini nakuanga nyuma ya curtain hapo hivyo message side nini. But I've been following all through. Although sijaingia lakini tuko pamoja. Unajua this is what we cannot stop. We always push up to the end. Doesn't matter how long it will take. Sasa I have very I realize that nyinyi wote mmepotea. The way you are talking about those taxes or whatever, the $500 thing that KRA will be collecting, you think that is a very, very well organized thing that Sakayo is doing. The Simba Arati style. What happened to Simba Arati is going to happen. In diaspora, the big number are supporters of Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga. That means Azimio. So nyinyi Azimio mtajipanga, bado hamjaona kitu. Things are going to happen. Mato juzi, in August, I went back to Kenya. I had some small thing to do, and by bad luck nilipata accident kidogo. Sasa ndio nikapotea kiasi, sikuingia studio nikiwa Nairobi. Well,
sorry about that.
Yeah, I was nilikutana na Toroitich. I was with Toroitich, but anyway, I'm telling you, sisi watu wa Azimio hamjaona kitu bado. Hamjaona, you are still going to suffer until muimbe nyimbo ya Zakayo. I went there. I have a small project, and that it's some time back. Unajua zile nyumba zilikuwa na postpaid meters za KPLC. So I wanted to change because we have been having a quarrel with my tenants, wanakaa walipi, saa zingine walipi stima, mimi naenda inabidi inakatwa kupost, I have to go and pay. So I applied for changing. Do you know how much I was charged? 3 times higher than vile ya kuweka post. And just changing from postpaid to prepaid. So we are going to see things that you have never seen before. And trust me, things are going to be tougher for us. We have to stand and say no. We have to stand and say no. And we have, because we had, currently, we are constituting diaspora 47, county 47. I think that parliament need to start working as SAP. Because we have to talk in one language, with one voice to support ourselves, because we are supporting Kenya more than it's supporting itself. So I think I'm sorry I have to go on niko kazini, so I'll talk to you baadaye.
Pole.
Okay, pole for that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, sasa kwanza nataka nigonge Alex. Unajua ati Alex ananiambia sitaki kumoderate. Alex, wewe ndio unanilipanga? Ama wewe ndio unaninunulia chai nikuje hapa? Wacha wewe. Enda upange laini Osoro akulipe. Wewe sijui bwana Lala, sijui kama umesikia hiyo story ya na sijui na Kenyan with love ameenda. I think somebody with right kuna video inauma sana bwana.
Story gani?
Osoro akiambia watu vile atawalipa. Nataka muketi hapa.
Niliona clip.
Nataka muketi hapa musikilize. Siku hizi niko na pesa. Mimi nawalipa 200 nawalipa 200. And let me tell you, live on air. Live on air.
I have it myself. Like, this ears of mine.
Mtu wako kwa kiti bado. Lala, can you tell me, can that thing happen in the US? Mtu aseme hivyo na alale akiwa kwa kiti.
Oh no. There are things that don't happen. That's why I'm telling you we have a different system. It can't happen because listen to this. You know, when Obama was campaigning, the auntie Zaituni, the famous auntie, contributed $200 to the campaign. Did you know that could have derailed Obama's campaign if they didn't return that money? Last year, that $200 was returned, and returned it from my house. Okay? Umepotea tena. Ili kuonyesha kuna vitu ambavyo tunafanya ni ukumbafu, na tena we are so stupid in Kenya that any thinking in the modern world hawezi kuelewa. They don't understand. And then we expect, to grow our economy when we do dumb stuff like that. Yeah. So people like Osoro and the rest don't deserve even to be where they are. This group of thieves and mindless individuals. I don't know whether everybody's gone, but I think for us in this channel, we must be serious, and we must stand firm. We must do what we need to do to educate the people and to sacrifice to get rid of this government. Okay. Listening to that, Ms. Nyakango, whatever her name is, the budget director, tells you that something is seriously wrong in the country. She talks of her own salary. And I think people should actually look at that, and then she's saying not just herself, but others. So you can imagine how much money is being stolen every day, every month, every year from the system. And she's working there. She's an insider, to let us see exactly what they are doing. And you know what? Kenyans feel like they can't do anything. They fold their hands. Oh, let him stay. There's nothing we can do. In fact, it's us Kenyans who think that we don't have a constitution, because there is an answer in the constitution. Constitution provides a way to get rid of anyone legally or constitutionally. And so this idea of feeling fatalistic mindset, helplessness, tunakaa tu hapo tunafikiria tuwe na kitu cha kufanya, alafu Zakayo anaguruma anafanya chochote anapenda. Hapo ni our failure. That's not the failure of Zakayo. Zakayo should not have been there. After all these things he's doing, we give him tumempatia hiyo ruhusa ya kufanya, because we feel helpless and hopeless. We think the constitution has got no answers, when actually it is there. If you steal, you go to jail. If you steal, that's in the constitution. It doesn't matter who you are. There's no place where if Suto steals, he doesn't go. If Gachagua steals, they can't go. No, they go to jail. That's what constitution is there for. Unless we are saying we don't have one. And Kenya should be candid with us. Tell us we are not Kenya, we don't need a constitution, or we are a country that is a banana republic, whatever. If we think we are a country that is civilized, if we think that we are part of the UN, a nation, a democratic democracy, constitutional democracy, then we are sleeping. We are truly, truly asleep. Nobody is coming to rescue us, Kenyans. No one will. And all you'll be talking about are things Zakayo and Gashaguas are doing for the next 10 years. And you'll feel helpless and hopeless and start crying, somebody to help you. And some of us running away from Kenya. Haiti, they keep on running every single day because the system is rotten. And you know what? We are going there. And somebody said that we are very pessimistic as Kenyans. We are anti. Unless you are blind, that you can't see the wrong that is going on, no country can stand with such kind of corrupt practices. So it's important for you and me to know our role at this moment and do what we need to do to get rid of this system. And so,
Lala,
yeah,
your government here right now, whatever, Njiro toi kitu ya Alex anakusumbua akili tu. Alex, hebu come in here utuambie story ya Osoro. Njiro toi hiyo kidogo, if you don't mind. What I'm showing on the screen, the government is tripled Masai Mara entry fees. Kenyan adult citizens will be paying 3,000 from 1,000. Children and students will pay 1,000 from 300. Foreigners will pay 15,060 shillings. Foreign children, Jesus Christ, you guys are even taxing children to come and see wildlife. I mean, foreign children to come and see wildlife. Okay. Anyway, they'll pay them, and students will pay a whooping 7,530 and 30 shillings. The new rates will take effect in January 2024. Okay, so that is one. I want to take you. I want to take you guys through a journey of some things. This is some things that I was saying. Kuna mtu alinitumia a facade of these things, and I was looking at my country here. Go another one. Let's go. Okay, let's not Masai Mara. That one I'll leave that for you guys to figure it out. Okay, SGR. Tukuje SGR. Here we go. Where is this? Tuangalie SGR. What is happening with SGR? Here's what is happening with SGR. Okay, SGR fares to go up by 50% from January 124. Okay, Nairobi to Mombasa coast, to cost for 4,500 in first class, Kenya shillings 1,500 in economy. Hiyo imepanda. Okay, I think the last time I used this SGR that was about 400 or something. Okay, hatujaongea avocado. Hii ndio ile ya Njiru alikuwa anataka, ndio hiyo ndio ile ilikuwa ya Njiru. SGR, I mean avocado. And remember, this is the same guy that told people to stop planting sugarcane and actually do avocado. Okay, all right, nimeonesha hiyo. What else? We're working. By the way, we're working. Okay, now here comes the funny one. Here comes the Masai Mara. Remember, we're not getting the tourism, which used to be our first honor after agriculture. Here we go. Let me send this one. Let me show you guys this one. These things are happening pretty cool. I mean, pretty quick. Na hata hatujamaliza nini? I mean, tumemaliza tu mwaka tu peke yake. Here we go. This is the chart for that. Hey, watu wamekuja. Okay. Yeah. Anjiru, put those people in when you're wamekuja saizi, because I'm working on this. Okay. So now, here we go. Here we go. Now, let me see if I can pull this closer to you guys so that you understand why I've been keeping.
Well, Kenyan with love. Ebu toa your comment.
Which comment?
Hiyo iko hapo. It is sijui ni yangu imekata.
Okay. I think nimetoa. Okay.
Bado naiona.
No, nimetoa.
Oh, okay. Maybe okay.
Maybe ni saidi yako. Okay, so let me pull this closer to you guys so that you can see it. Here we go. So adults for Masai Mara, the rate used to be non-residents was non-residents. Yeah, I think you guys can see it. So by per July, December, 200. Wait. Nah, this is unit per measure. Yeah, unit per measure. Okay, so those are the rates that are coming up. Kuna East African and all that, and I think I got the wrong one. Here, let me put the other one. Hold on, just give me a second. Non-residents, 100. Okay, let me put the other one that I have. These are things, and by the way, this isn't vitu za ukweli, si ati ni vitu tunarukia. Okay, let's look at this. You're gonna be paying adults 45, children 2,000. Why are you charging to children? Students 2,000. That's children in 2,000. Vehicle entry there 500. 6 to 12 seats. Kama kuna mtu mwenye anajuaga hizi vitu za tourism. You see, Serengeti and
I have a tour company.
Huh?
I have a tour company in Kenya.
Yeah, so you can see the charges. So now you understand, and maybe you can explain to people, because now Serengeti is not that far from Serengeti is not that far from Mount Kilimanjaro,
which is you have the same experience. Kenya is known to be the one city that actually has a national park right in front of their city. We've been known to be the tourist attraction. That used to be before agriculture. That used to be the one that actually gave us the money. So we are not even working on what actually gives us the money. Actually, we're killing the industries that actually subsidizes the people, the Kenyan person. So we kill uchumi, we kill all the parastatals, we privatize them, and then now we tell you guys we don't have any money. Now you guys, we need your money so that the government can actually work. And that is why I keep on saying, Mr. Lala, Pastor Lala, when we had parastatals, the parastatals were not there just to make money for the government. They were there to subsidize our way of living. So now we have this guy that is just wanting to just sell everything, privatize everything. Let's privatize. You know, let's talk about Mavoko. Privatize, assuming, but I know it's illegal, how they got the land or whatever, that deciding to say that they have the land. Privatize it, sell it again. And then at that time, because the government has no way of making money, now we're not going to do any subsidies. But the subsidies actually used to come from these things that we're talking about, tourism. When we used to see Kanye West and all of them coming to Kenya to see the wildlife and, you know, go for tourism, you know, expeditions and things like that. I mean, how many tourist vans have you seen since you were, you know, roaming around the whole country? But now, what are you gonna do? Do we even talk about Sun and Sons anymore? I mean, Sons, you know, the hotels, the hospitality, the things that were known by, you know, to be Kenyan, the hospitality. That's all we were known about. I mean, we used to have even Kikuyus, because we know them, dance wakirukaruka kama wa Masai, and you entertain the Wazungus and everything. Beach Boys, you know, people like you know, Chameleon. They were in Mombasa. That's how they got their wealth, because they were there. That's how they got wakapata mtu Dorotia. We used to have that tourism happening around. Hence, we have, you know, we are diverse. So now, what is happening right now? I think that is gonna be, Mr. Chair, that is gonna be my closing remark until maybe I come back. Alex, hebu kuja hapa hivi, nakusikiza bado niko huku nyuma. Big J yuko huko. Big J anaweza tuambia, cause he understands this whole thing. I don't know. Big J hajaongea sana. Maandamano pia amekaa sana. For me, I have to leave you guys for now, maybe at least for another 30 minutes, and then I'll be back. Thank you guys. Asanteni, and subscribe in all the channels that we do have. We are always here. Asanteni. Na wakarioki uingie, mko na nini kamwene hapa hivi. Lala, is always good to see you. Alex kule huko, asante sana. Public participation amelala, najua. Mami, asante sana, is always good. And Big J, asanteni. I sign out at this point. I might come back later kama mko, lakini nawasikiza niko huko nyuma tu. Lala, take it over. Run the show. Nani yako hapo hivyo anakusaidia, yuko pia. Maybe ameenda kuzunguka. But I know Big J hajaongea, so you play it as you, alafu ya yuko hapo. The show is all yours, Lala.
Just say some few things. I've been here. Wakenya wenzangu, tuko hatarini na ni lazima zote pamoja tuungane, kuwa na imani. Imani is key. Alafu hiyo imani has to be informed by knowledge. Yani akili lazima ifanye kazi. work our thoughts together and the mind together. That's how we can be useful to the leadership of our nation, because it is calling for all of us. See, once a tree is bent, there's very little you can do to make it straight. This system is bent, and it's bent with the loads that will soon practically cause it to tear or to fall, and all of us will fall. And so you are not safe. None of us is safe. Whatever you have, you are not safe. So if you think you are okay, you are cropping up this government, and you think that will be helpful to you, and let me assure you, it is going to backfire on you. It will be you and your kids. And so it is better to do something now than wait when it's too late. And there's something that all of us can do. I think that's one thing I read from in my Bible. You know, God does not give some people nothing. You know, all of us have something, and something which is very valuable, which is only you can do. You're the only one who can bring a change to our system. It is only you that can make a difference that will be significant enough with others to change the system. Ruto is as bold as you and I are scared, helpless, feel like there's nothing we can do. A lot of us live in the past. We keep on talking about what already has happened. What has happened has happened. You can't go back and pick up or collect the spilled milk. It's gone. What you need to do is use the gifts and the talents you have here. The good thing is that we have a roadmap. We have a constitution that guides us, roadmap, and we have leaders, people that we believe in, that we know follow that constitution, and that we can rally our energies around. And so we are not helpless. And so anytime you begin to think helplessness, please stop and see yourself as a child of God. See yourself as capable. You got the capacity that we can change this country. If we can't change this country, then we can't create a real, true revolution that will see our country move from where it is to the first world. Look at the history of other places. They had to sacrifice. They had to believe in themselves, and that's what caused them to be victorious. This idea of trust, we are a godly nation, it means nothing if God cannot lead you to liberate yourself. Then what God is that? God has not called us to suffer, keep us, suffering, watch our mothers and fathers getting abused and watching, our kids dying of easily these, treatable diseases. No, that's not God. God we believe in is a God who is a revolutionary. In other words, his son came to change the world from darkness to light. In other words, from nothingness to something. And so you, as a child of God, calling yourself, a religious person, and yet you're scared to death, you cannot do anything, and you keep on following a wrong man, that is truly, truly wrong. I said it, but let me say it again. In the Old Testament, there is the story of David. David, for him to become a king, there are some things that he had to do. And that is, he had to protect the sheep of his father. He was by himself in the wilderness. He fought wild animals. And so when Nathan comes to anoint a king in the home of Jesse, Jesse the father did not even think of David because he was out there in the wilderness. He didn't look, he didn't smell, he didn't act like one who could lead a nation. But among his sons were the older ones, the ones that are working in the army. They are part of the government troop. They were the order of Saul. They were part of this system that was Kenya Kwanzaa group under the leadership of Saul. And Saul had been rejected by God. Yes, he was a king, but was rejected. God does reject people, okay? So Saul was rejected king. And so he was being clobbered every time he goes to war with this giant, you know. His army was being clobbered all the time. In other words, yes, he was the leader, but he had the army, but that army was full of fear, anxiety when it comes to the giant, the Goliath, that was coming. But then there was a young boy out in the wilderness called David. So when the prophet went to David's home, and Jesse the father paraded all the big sons in a war, thinking that those were the ones to take over from Saul, God said, no, no, no. And it's almost, the prophet almost left the home of Jesse. Then he asked, is there anyone? Because he thought he was making, something was wrong because he felt God led him to that home. But now none of those sons were chosen. And then the father said, there's another boy, youngest one, is out there, a little boy. Okay. But this little boy was brave. This little boy belonged to Azimio. This little boy belonged to, once was a member of UDA, but now their eyes are open and now they're brave. Okay? They're no longer in the UDA. And this young boy was called David. And so David is called to come quickly. And when he comes home, Nathan the prophet says, this is the anointed. This is the anointed. And I know the Kenyans were anointed. They are those that don't follow Ruto. David never followed Ruto. David never believed that Goliath was stronger than him and the armies of God. David had a faith that they are more than conquerors, they're able to do it. And Kenyans must begin to exercise this demon of fear and carelessness and ignorance. And let us believe like David. Because David was tested in the wilderness and he stood strong. And David gave Goliath a knockout. Yes, he did. He was a boy in the wilderness, but he did it because God was with him, because he was brave. We have been called now to be brave, to be able to get that which God has given us. David had that love for what God had given Israel, the nation, and was willing to be at the front. When he faced Goliath, he took the stone. And Goliath, I think he just laughed and said, this man is too big to miss. So he got the stone, the sling, he got him down. Ruto is too foolish in some ways for us to miss. Gashagwas and the rest is no match for the armies of God or truth and justice. So I pray that God will help us to stand strong, to encourage all of you, Kenyans, that our strength comes when we are together. And then we have to love justice. We have to love peace. We have to love righteousness. I'm getting tons of letters and calls from back home, kids that can't go to school, okay? They have the grades, but they can't afford it. I'm getting called from kids and mothers who can't go to the hospital. Right now, they want a mother having complicated pregnancy. There are no services. People don't have money. There are no resources to help. And the simple reason someone is at the top and close the top and daring us that he can't because he is the leader. And you and me are watching and sitting, waiting for maybe the king to rescue us. But let me tell you, the King of England has no power. It's a ceremony, it's a relic. It's just the name. He has no power. We may line, and watch him and greet him and all that, but that's all. He's not a prime minister, it's a political leader. It's more of a cultural leader to retain the idea that Britain is a great Britain, head of the Commonwealth. But his position has very little to do with us as Kenyan. Okay, in terms of economic prosperity, political, stability, no. He may contribute in some ways, one or the other, as a person, and in his office, very little can he contribute towards our liberation. So at the end of the day, it's still about Kenyans, still about truth and justice, it's about opening of the server, it's still about the cost of living coming down, it's still about us securing our borders. Our people are dying from all kinds of violence, whether in the home or outside the home, Northeastern and North Rift and other places. Kenyans are dying. And you know what? You are your brother's keeper. You know what should be done. What are you doing? What am I doing? What are we doing to save our land? And so I pray that those who are listening to me, please let us do what God will help us to do. When I listen to the director of budget, Mrs. Nyakango, what her name is, and that really sank my spirit. All these tax that we are collecting, most of it don't really impact your life positively because they are budgeted corruption. They go into the pockets of people, and that's why they are bold, because they are making money. They are benefiting from this racket. So why would they change if they already getting a lot of benefit from? This is you and me are a fool waiting for things to change when they cannot change. And so, as Kenyans, we must do something about that. You want to say something? Yeah. So let me stop there. Somebody can come in, but we must do something. I think, and I think it's high time some activities start, happening for us to be able to bring an end to this regime, which is really a bunch of thugs and bandits that I would give them. All right, I'll stop there. Someone to come in. Thank you. Come in.
Public participation can go ahead.
Is she there? I think she... Can you play that thing also? The whatever.
No, Mimi seen a video, unfortunately.
Oh, they just left. Okay.
So
because I was really surprised when I saw that thing.
Ya nani
Yeah.
hiyo? Ya nani?
Oh, hiyo ya budget director, yani vile wana budget imeandikwa mshahara yake ikaja ya watu watatu and many more. So it's like
That one is unexplainable. Hizo ni zile vitu ambazo kwa kusema ukweli we are not serious, like something should happen.
yeah,
Those are not
and why ni tunaona hizo vitu watu kama wamechoka, watasikia tu hata hakuna kitu kinafanyika. Nobody goes to jail. Jails are full of only good people. I believe people have been framed. Those who don't want to follow the line. I don't know. I would like to check who are in jail. Maybe some do your research. The kind of people in jail. Bad people are not in jail.
You will never find bad people.
Only the poor ones are in jail in Kenya. But any rich any rich thug is out on the street. And they're politicians, because that's where you sanitize, your money. And wacha niweleze wa story ingine wa Kenya, na hili ilifanyika Kenya. Kuna ndugu fulani from Central Province alifunga biashara. Tuliomba na yeye kwa kanisa, akasikia Mungu anamuita kufanya nini? Kufanya biashara, na alikuja Kenya kufanya hiyo biashara, na biashara ilikuwa inaendelea vizuri. Kutoka Amerika alikuwa kaa Ohio, akaenda. Bibi alikuwa Washington DC, akaja Kenya, akafungua biashara hapo industrial area. Alikuwa visited na so-called investors, and they had $80 million cash, and he wanted, huyo mjamaa alikuwa anataka kahawa na $80 million cash. Of course hangeweza kupata kahawa, that amount, yani enough kahawa, but he went to look for kahawa for some time, mpaka mwindi moja akamsaidia kupackage. These guys were becoming very our Russians, they were becoming very impatient with this guy because he was not doing it quickly enough. Of course, finally, he got the coffee that was necessary, and the man paid. Whatever happened, I don't know after that. But now, let me interpret what was happening here. A lot of time, this money that these people have is drug money. Okay? This is the drug money. And this drug money is used to buy politicians. Okay? That explains the helicopters, explain the wonderful homes. A lot of businesses in the country, they are from drug money. Kenyans must not be cheated. Okay? A lot of money, bad money is in Kenya. Okay? And so when they bring that large cash of money to buy coffee, you see, after the coffee is bought and shipped, these guys are no longer drug dealers. Now they are legitimate business people. As long as they had the money, some of them are locked in some of the South America, there are tons of money. They can't put that money into economies because it's a drug money. So they're looking for ways to get it in. So they're looking for weak countries where they can sanitize. They can, when I say wash, iso pesa, iso drug money. And Kenya is a target. So we may be led by drug dealers cartel running our country. It happened in Mexico. Okay, or sponsored by such money. because they can't get the money in. But when they come to Kenya, buy coffee, now the money is legitimate. They can take it to Russia, can to America, whatever, because now they're dealing with coffee. Okay? So Kenyans must understand that unless we tukakomboa nchi yetu, it is going to drug dealers and thieves and all that. You wonder why some decisions are being made right now. And you ask yourself, could there be another thing going on underneath that we don't really see, we don't understand? Yes, there are deals that go on that most of us don't know. Sometimes they even come through churches. Okay, so we must open our eyes. Getting Kenya back on track will require all of us. No, si bahati. So when you see things happening, there are demonic forces, there are evil forces behind them, there are criminal, issues down there. And so if we are not careful, we are going to lose our nation. Kenyans, you must not let your country go. So my friend gave the coffee. The Indian was intimidated because they had guns in Kenya. Okay? And coffee was shipped out. Never asked the question again. But those are some of the things that are going on underneath. So let us clean Kenya. And we thought as the new government would be the beginning of dismantling some of the things that have been going on in that unholy marriage of Uhuru and Ruto governance. And you know what Ruto was doing all this last second term. He wasn't preparing for leadership, because if he was, look at where we are. Look at the government now. It's bleeding like somebody who's was never a vice VP president, and also somebody who's never been in the government. The things how he's making decisions doesn't make sense. So let us be careful. Let us understand, that it takes all of us to secure our nation from getting it out of the hands of such men who are there to harm us and kill us. So you and I must team up together. There's no Kikuyu, no Kalenjin, no Luhya. We are all Kenyans. Let us be one, and let us love peace and justice, and let's protect one another. And lastly, we must always remember that there are those who have died for us to be where we are. The good that we have, somebody suffered for it. And for to keep their legacy alive and to fulfill the dream which they died for, we cannot give up on our nation. We must secure it. And thank you. Let me turn it over to anyone there? Karaoke?
Yes. Wanna go out?
Yeah.
Oh,
Very.
already out?
Hey, habari watu wapano. I see Kamwene there, Lala, public participation, and Haran. Thank you very much. And hata hapa niko na mzee naitwa Mr. Joroge. So anyway, I was just following in the background about what is going on huko nyumbani, especially hii maneno ya unajua mzee, ukiwa na kitu ambao more than 500 kienda Kenya hata kama ni viatu unalipia ushuru.
Wameanza hiyo ya
wameanza hiyo, sasa ndio tunaongelea hapa. So
you are targeting the quality people.
Imagine that. Yeah, wanatafuta pesa everywhere they can get it. But anyway, I wanted to share with you about this thing which I had predicted that this was going to happen. You know that Uganda cabinet has now approved a bill that their oil is no longer going to be passing through Mombasa. Kwa sababu ya ile deal ambayo walifanya government to government deal. And so now Uganda is going to be having a lot of most of their oil going through the Dar es Salaam port. That's a lot of money that Kenya is going to lose because of this economic deal that this guy did. Na alikuwa anafanya hivyo ili achukue hizo contract za kuleta mafuta huko Kenya.
No, I dispute.
You dispute?
Yes.
Oh, what
when did that happen? Do you remember when that happened?
It happened when he took over power.
No. Before even the standard gauge level. It happened before the STD. Yeah. SG, whatever.
The SGR.
Yeah, the SGR.
But
and that the discussion we are trying to bring up now, it was all over the internet, social media, broadcasting houses, all over. Yeah. And it started during either Magufuli or who was there before Magufuli.
No, I think we are talking of Uganda, not TZ, Magufuli.
Yeah, Uganda is Museveni. I knew a little bit about that because sababu kuna deal ingine tulikuwa nayo kutoka Nigeria. Na nakumbuka nikizungumza na watu huko Kenya. Na nilikuwa najua watu wale ambao walikuwa na supply some of the oil, some of the fuel products to Uganda. So, but right now it's actually in the news right now. Naona hapa Uganda to cut fuel imports from Kenya over Ruto deal with the Saudis. So unaona ni leo.
Yeah, but yes, like I have told you, this therefore
niggas, 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 nigga, 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 niggas in my butthole, 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 ha 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 ha, fuck you.
Nini huko kumefanyika? Kuna mtu ameingia nini akaanza. But anyway, as you can see, this is going to cost the country a lot of money. And with us dealing now with the dollar, ambayo right now it's heading to 151.
Before I leave you to continue with the discussion, I want to remind you something about this. The reason why the SGR was onto it was about to go up to Rwanda. You remember where it started?
Yeah.
That this issue is the one that caused the SGR to stop going to Rwanda. And yeah. And they agreed they also can make the SGR. And
Uganda said they can do that. Yeah. I remember that.
Yes.
But anyway, tuko na shinda mingi sana. Na hapo nilikuwa nimeandika hapo kwa comment Kamwene, you've been saying about what are we waiting for? I keep on hearing you make the noise about that you blaming us for not having done anything. I'm at that point. Why are we how long are we going to sit back and allow this to happen? Because this guy don't care about the country. Everything he is doing is he is just using the country as his own property. So I have the same sentiment, Kamwena, that you have, that why are people not on the street right now? Because sababu, hapa, in the next few months, wakati we are paying that fuel back in March, dollar itakuwa 200. And knowing that we really import a lot of things, how are we going to be able to continue manufacturing things that we manufacture, and even the production he's talking about, how we going to be able to support it, well, we cannot be able to bring some things that to be able to help running that. So kwa hivyo, I feel very, very sad about hii maneno ambayo inaendelea. Na every now and then he is trying to distract with new things. Kama hii maneno ya kuendea, and I was actually looking at naona hapa the list of the best performing governors. I don't know whether you guys have seen that. You realize that most of the governors that have been mentioned there, the best performing, they're from Azimio, regions. Watu wa UDA, UDA, watu wa Kenya Kwanza, they are not performing. And as a matter of fact, Arati is one of those that is actually performing well. Kawira, the one, Wameru is also another one. And I think Great Wanga. And, there's a lot of governors ambao ni wa Azimio that are really doing very well. Na sijui ni nani huyu ambaye ameingia hapa anatuletea mambo ingine, sijui whether you can be able to see it. But anyway, lakini tuko na shida mingi sana if we let this continue. And like I was telling public participation jana, kwa sababu
Wakariuki. Wakariuki.
Ndio.
Something has just happened, and I think it hit us the other time. You know what just happened? I'm wanting to close this feed right now so that it doesn't hit us again. I don't know if you guys, I don't know how many people are for the opinion we close it, we open another one so that we don't get hit again. Because last time they did they did even a very bad one. And then Nani, Njiru, whenever you see these numbers,
okay, let me explain. Sasa hatutaingiza mtu studio kama atumuoni because wananichanganya na ni mimi actually nimeingiza hao watu because I thought they are just people, kumbe hata sio watu. So mimi sitaingiza mtu kama hana kamera. Sasa it's unfortunate. I have to see you first.
Yes, that has to happen because
unless we know you, unajua kuna watu kama Harun, we know him. But this is what actually took us. I mean, ilituchapa another, 7 days. I don't want it to happen. Nimekimbia rakaraka after I saw that. Because it happened to Bernard too. Atuingizi mtu tena if you're not showing your camera or we don't know you. Because this is killing the show and this is messed up. Tumepangiwa.
Yeah. Na so officially, au ni watu wanaona we are having impact na wanajaribu sasa kuleta hiyo ufara yao. Washindo kabisa.
So I'm going to close this channel and then open another one right back. I hope everyone, Kama, you're ready to come back and then we have a new one. Jiro is still here. Then we can do that. Please lift your hand if you're okay with that. Either way, I'm going to close it. I don't think if that was a question. So yeah, closing this one. Guys, let's see you on the other channel. On the other one, I'll try to keep the same nini, but if you have your notifications on, you'll be able to see it. Msinieke sana because Jiro can't stand by.
Anaweka nini kwa comments.
Hata hiyo nitatoa. Wanacheza na mimi. Anyway, so yeah, so guys, let's see you on the other feed. Jiro usinieke sana. Wakarioki kuja rakaraka pia huko na lala mkuje. We're not going to be playing those games. We have to be very careful.
Mia, munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni Baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende
muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja, petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila, tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane, tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba, regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba